Chapter 30-180 Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star City. Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star City. Guild leader, less than 4 million players are gathered in Abyssal Star City right now. Moreover, the majority of them are Azura's members, and few are independent players and members of the various powers. At this rate, the city's population will just barely exceed 10 million by the end of today. After deducting the city's daily maintenance cost, we would have made a profit of only 4 million gold and 170,000 magic crystals, Blackie reported to Sherfong in a somewhat gloomy tone. If we can lower the entrance fee to 40 silver, I'm sure we can max out the city's population limit of 20 million. Currently, the various NPC cities were only charging an entrance fee of 30 silver. With Abyssal Star City's geographical advantage, many players would be able to accept an entrance fee of 40 silver. So, if they lowered the city's entrance fee to 40 silver, they'd have no problem filling the city's population limit of 20 million. After all, many of the miniature ancient world's local players had no way of entering NPC cities. No, it's not necessarily bad to keep Abyssal Star City's player traffic low. If we hit the population limit, Azura's members will likely have to wait in line for a long time, even if we reserve some slots. This will cause their leveling speed to lag behind, Sherfong said, chuckling. I'm just a little sad about the lost income. If we can max out the city's population limit, we can earn an additional several million gold per day. In that case, we can buy a few more advanced lineage crystals every day. Not to mention, purchasing silver combat techniques from the various powers is also a considerable expense. Although silver combat techniques aren't as expensive as advanced lineage crystals, each one still costs 150,000 gold. Without these things, it's going to take our guild's main force members a lot more time to grow to an adequate standard, Blackie said, shrugging. But we only have a few days before the level 120+ maps open. The level 120+ maps were destined to be the competition grounds for the various powers in the miniature ancient world. At the same time, that was also the best time for the various powers to reveal their strength. However, Zero Wing had nothing to show other than its apex combatants. Its main force members were nowhere near as strong as the various superpowers' main forces. So, how was Zero Wing supposed to compete for resources in the level 120+ maps? Let the various powers fight for the level 120+ maps if they want to. For the time being, it's best if Zero Wing and Azura accumulate strength quietly, Sherfong said with a faint smile as he looked at the reluctant look on Blackie's face. So long as our main force members grow adequately strong, Zero Wing's name will shake the world sooner or later. While Sherfong was chatting with Blackie, he suddenly received a message from Su Qianlu stating that the Green God Corporation's representative had already arrived at the Gods Domain Association building's entrance. They're here already? After taking a deep breath, Sherfong quickly passed his remaining work in Zero Wing to Blackie before going offline. The greater world. This was the place where everyone would eventually go to live in the future. It was the place where people from many worlds converged. It was also the place where people from many worlds competed with each other for the right to live. Whether a guild could prosper in the greater God's domain depended entirely on whether it could establish a foothold in the greater world. If a guild couldn't establish a foothold in the greater world, it would be as good as finished in the greater God's domain. During Sherfeng's previous life, Zero Wing had entered the greater world without any prior preparations. As a result, it had gotten targeted by a conglomerate very early on, which led to Zero Wing encountering numerous struggles in the greater world. At one point, Zero Wing had even nearly been eliminated by the Apex Power Demon's Gate and lost its ownership over its God's domain. However, Sherfong did not intend to repeat his past mistakes. This time, he must lay a solid foundation in the greater world before their God's domain was thoroughly linked with the greater God's domain. Only by doing so could Zero Wing improve its standing in the greater God's domain and reach the apex. Shortly after Sherfong went offline, Two women wearing black cloaks to conceal their identities appeared on the primordial tower's first floor. Their beautiful eyes filled with shock the moment they stepped inside the tower. The mana here has thoroughly condensed into a mist-like state. Abyssal Star City has hidden a truly terrifying strength, Favre muttered as she observed her surroundings with her eyes that had now turned completely silver. In addition, the properties of the mana here are similar to eternal energy in that it can increase players' brain activity by a significant margin. If we factor in the report we received on the tower's miniature worlds, even Refinement Realm players can master advanced bronze combat techniques if given enough time. Mana that resembles eternal energy. Maria fell into a daze when she heard her aunt's words, her mind having difficulty accepting this information. Of course, that wasn't to say that she doubted her aunt's words. On the contrary, she trusted in her aunt's judgment. This was because her aunt was in possession of the Soul Eye skill, an identification skill that allowed the user to see the essence of all things for a short time. Mana, that shared similar properties with eternal energy, was something that could be of considerable help to even Tier 6 God-ranked experts in their training, let alone helping Refinement Realm players master advanced bronze combat techniques. Meanwhile, the Primordial Tower's ability to provide players with such a mana environment was something that could be incredibly useful to any power in the greater God's domain. This was because third-floor experts, also known as superior adventurers, were incredibly rare. Most of the experts the various powers had under their command were only advanced adventurers who were at the second-floor standard. However, so long as an advanced adventurer mastered a sufficiently large number and variety of advanced bronze combat techniques, it was entirely possible for them to rival ordinary superior adventurers in terms of combat power. If news of the Primordial Tower were to get out, it would cause an unimaginable sensation even in the greater God's domain. At that time, the various powers would either try to get their members into the Primordial Tower or acquire the Primordial Tower. However, so long as Zero Wing could successfully defend Abyssal Star City, it would no longer have to worry about prospering. No matter how many new maps appeared in the miniature ancient world in the future, Abyssal Star City would forever remain the best place for superior adventurers and below to settle in. After Favre turned off her soul eyes, a flash of excitement appeared in her eyes as she said, "We have to act quickly, Maria. If the other conglomerates learn about this matter, we'll have much greater difficulty opening a trade center here." Maria also understood the significance of the matter, so she logged out of the game without hesitation. The process of opening a trade center involved many formalities. The trade center's design also had to be delivered from the greater God's domain, and that was a process that required some time. On the other side, after Sherfong went offline, he took a plane to an isolated island far away from the city under the lead of several Green God Corporation employees. Upon arriving at the island, he found that there was actually an upper zone established on the island. However, unlike the upper zones found in first-tier cities, the one on this island was much smaller. There were also only several thousand people living here. After passing through a series of inspections, Sherfong arrived inside a large room that was situated several dozen kilometers underground. There weren't many people in the room, only 10 excluding Sherfong. Out of these 10 people, the oldest appeared to be in their 40s, while the youngest appeared younger than 20. In addition, all 10 of these people were big names that everyone knew on the main continent of God's domain. These people were either known as monsters or peerless geniuses by players. The 5 commanders of the 5 great super guilds' main forces were the most famous among these people. Out of these 5 commanders, the most famous would have to be the mythology's Silver Ghost Prosciutto. Aside from the 5 commanders, the 5 other people in the room were the Secret Pavilion's Empress Purple Jade, Divine Tribe's Magic Eye Hunter Phythalia, Miracles, which are the West Alice, the Flower of 7 Sins number 1 Genius 1000 Scars, and last but not least, the legendary adventure team Midnight Tea Party's first Commander Breeze Wine. Except for 1000 Scars, the other 9 people in the room were all bona fide Tier 6 God-ranked experts. This was a gathering that most players in God's domain would probably never imagine happening. When Breeze Wine, who wore a pair of sunglasses, saw Sherfong entering, he swept his gaze across the others in the room and said, "Since the last person has arrived, we can go now. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 253, Tier 3 Instructor. Chapter 253, Tier 3 Instructor. Inside the isolated room the size of a football field, the 9 other people in the room began scrutinizing Sherfong as soon as they heard Breeze Wine's words. He is the last person? Everyone grew confused after they were done scrutinizing Sherfong. Logically, anyone capable of getting into this room shouldn't be a nameless nobody in God's domain. However, aside from Purple Jade, nobody else managed to recognize Sherfong. To further their confusion, Sherfong had an inconspicuous appearance and did not have any presence whatsoever. Did our God's domain have such an expert? Phythalia quietly asked the others around her as she looked at Sherfong strangely. Shaking her head, Alice said, "I've seen every known Tier 6 God-ranked expert in our God's domain. He shouldn't be any of the God-ranked experts we know." Prosciutto and the others weren't surprised when they heard Alice's statement. Aside from the Tier 6 God-ranked experts that had abruptly disappeared, every God-ranked expert in their God's domain had met each other in the real world at least once or twice. In fact, one could easily find the real-life information of all known Tier 6 God-ranked experts on the internet nowadays. However, Sherfong definitely wasn't any of these known God-ranked experts. "I know him," Purple Jade said. "His name is Sherfong. He isn't a God-ranked expert, but an instructor of a God's Domain Academy instead. He was a level 200, Tier 3 Sword King at his peak. He used to be the guild leader of the second-rate Guild Shadow, but he was dismissed from Shadow and is currently the acting guild leader of Zero Wing." Purple Jade had paid close attention to Wu Lingling ever since the latter had won against her disciple Layli. Hence, she naturally looked into Wu Lingling's instructor as well. In Purple Jade's opinion, Wu Lingling possessed an extraordinarily sturdy foundation, and watching the girl carry herself felt like watching an old monster who had trained for many years. So, it wasn't hard to imagine that the person responsible for teaching Wu Lingling possessed incredible knowledge and control over the human body. Even a God-ranked expert couldn't necessarily produce a student of Wu Lingling's caliber. Only the result Purple Jade got from investigating Sherfong was disappointing. Sherfong was the acting guild leader of Zero Wing, while Zero Wing's true guild leader was Black Flame, a God-ranked expert from a different God's domain. After connecting the dots, it was obvious that Sherfong must have handed Wu Lingling a special training method that he had received from Black Flame. There was also no way Sherfong could be responsible for teaching Wu Lingling, since Sherfong was barely a refinement realm expert. Hence, when Purple Jade saw Sherfong appearing in the room and learned that he would be heading to the greater world with their group, she couldn't help but be surprised. The greater world was a very dangerous place. Even someone as strong as Breeze Wine had only recently managed to secure himself a foothold in the greater world. Yet a refinement realm expert like Sherfong was planning on heading to the greater world. Zero Wing. When Thousand Scars, who wore a white dress, heard Purple Jade's introduction, the gaze she used to look at Sherfong immediately turned cold. Although she had no personal grudges against Sherfong, Zero Wing was the Flower of Seven Sins' sworn enemy. The Flower of Seven Sins had even suffered severe losses recently because of Zero Wing. Originally, Thousand Scars had planned on challenging Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame after the recent improvements she had made. That way, she could reduce Zero Wing's momentum to a certain extent. However, because she needed to enter the greater world and focus on becoming a core genius of the Paimon Corporation as soon as possible, she had no choice but to give up on challenging Black Flame. Now that she had come across Zero Wing's acting guild leader, she wouldn't mind taking care of him if the opportunity arose. All right, that's enough talking. All of you put on the quantum watch assigned to you and follow me inside. Breeze Wine interrupted and pointed at the translucent glass door standing in the middle of the room. If you don't wish to listen to me now, you don't have to listen to me once we reach the greater world, either. Breeze Wine was the first commander of the legendary Midnight Tea Party. Even though most of the people he was currently dealing with were God-ranked experts, he did not bother being courteous with them. Moreover, he had already proven his strength by securing himself a foothold in the greater world without external help. So, Thousand Scars quickly dismissed her thoughts and followed Breeze Wine's command. In no time, everyone in the room had put on the quantum watches they had received from the Green God Corporation. Then they followed Breeze Wine through the glass door and seemingly arrived in outer space. Upon arriving in this space, everyone immediately took notice of the giant planet before them. The planet was thousands of times larger than the sun, and countless continents orbited around the planet. These orbiting continents were of varying sizes, with the smaller ones being several times larger than Earth and the larger ones being hundreds of times larger. These continents were like arcs that traveled the universe. A moment later, everyone felt themselves being drawn toward a continent that was roughly 3 times the size of Earth. The density of the continent's air was less than 1% that of Earth, and its gravity was 3 times that of Earth. Many barriers could also be seen scattered across this continent, and many high-rise buildings and human beings could be seen within these barriers. After another 10 seconds, everyone arrived inside one of the many barriers, and the sight of a prosperous and sci-fi-like city entered their eyes. All of you are very fortunate. Thanks to the Green God Corporation's many years of effort, you get to be assigned to a third-tier city and receive citizenship as soon as you arrive in the greater world. You also get to enjoy a long lifespan and youth that cannot be achieved even in the upper zones of our world. In comparison, people from other elementary worlds can only start in third to first-tier towns and rely on mining and collecting various cosmic resources to make a living. Breeze Wine said as he turned around to look at everyone. Then, a smile appeared on his face as he continued. But I also have bad news to tell you. Do you want to hear it? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 254, Contention in the Greater World. Chapter 254, Contention in the Greater World, despite Breeze Wine mentioning bad news. Everyone present behaved as if they didn't hear him, their expressions remaining calm. Bad news. Alice, who had tied her hair into a ponytail and was wearing a light blue sports top, looked at Breeze Wine curiously. Then she revealed a faint smile as she asked in a mature tone, "Could you perhaps be talking about how we will only be permitted to live in this city for a month, Commander Wine?" Purple Jade, Prosciutto, Thousand Scars, and the others showed no reaction to Alice's words. This was because they, too, knew about this piece of information. It was something they had learned through the players of the other gods' domain. According to the foreign players, although the greater world was a vast world with technology far more advanced than what was available in their homeworld, there was very little space suitable for human life. It was especially true for living spaces like the greater world cities. The number of cities in the greater world wasn't even 1% of the number of towns. Yet, as it just so happens, the resources available in the greater world cities were vastly superior to that of towns. One example of the difference between towns and cities would be the residents' average life expectancy. People living in the greater world's towns could expect an average life expectancy of around 200 years. In contrast, the average life expectancy in even the lowest third-tier city was 500 years. 500 years were enough for a country to change dynasties multiple times during ancient times. Yet, people living in a third-tier city in the greater world could easily outlive ancient dynasties. Not to mention, their bodies could also remain in peak condition for up to 300 years. Unfortunately, there were just far too many parallel worlds. As more and more of these parallel worlds merged with the greater world, it became increasingly difficult for people to live in the greater world cities. Each city could only accommodate a limited population. Normally, unless one came from a world that had managed to establish a city in the greater world, one would have to pay a certain amount of contribution points each month to stay in a foreign world city. Contribution points had to be earned by completing tasks issued by the city. Either that or one could complete quests in the greater god's domain. These were the two main methods a person could earn contribution points through. If a person failed to earn enough contribution points after a month, they would be kicked out of the city. Even Tier 6 God-ranked experts were no exception. Of course, if a person didn't have enough contribution points to pay their rent, they could also purchase contribution points using star coins. Only contribution points were not easy to come by, and few people were willing to sell them. Even if one chose to sell contribution points, one would typically only sell to close friends and relatives. "It seems you've done your homework," Breeze Wine said when he saw the confident look on Alice's face. Then he shook his head and continued, "But this isn't what I'm talking about. Since you have already researched the greater world to a certain extent, you should know that the greater world's various cities will hold simulation battles in God's domain to compete for the greater world's precious resources. These simulation battles will be held at 3 levels, and all participants must be under 50. In order to win these simulation battles, the various cities will form their own city legions to recruit and nurture young experts. The training the various cities offered to their respective city legions might not be comparable to that of the various conglomerates, but it is still vastly superior to the average corporation. This is also why the Green God Corporation is willing to pay the hefty price of bringing all of you to the greater world ahead of time. The corporation hopes you can get selected as a reserve participant during Star Lake City selection. So long as you can become a reserve participant of Star Lake City's City Legion, not only will you receive Star Lake City's training, but you will also receive the Green God Corporation's resource support. I believe all of you should have been informed about this. However, Star Lake City won't just be recruiting talents from its territory. The selection is also open to the hundreds of neighboring towns and cities. In previous years, there would only be around 200,000 God-ranked experts applying for Star Lake City selection. This year, however, the number has increased by more than 5-fold. Yet, the city is still only accepting the top 1,000 applicants as reserve participants like always, with the top 100 applicants being able to become official participants directly. Currently, there is only 1 month left until the selection deadline. So, the Green God Corporation only has one requirement for you. Enter the top 1,000 within this 1 month. Over 1 million God-ranked experts are applying for the selection. Purple Jade and the others were greatly shocked. Although they had long known that there were countless God-ranked experts in the vast greater God's domain, they still couldn't help but doubt their ears when they heard Breeze Wine's words. It should be known that the various superpowers of their God's domain treated every one of their God-ranked experts as their backbone. Yet, God-ranked experts were only the most common experts participating in Star Lake City's selection. At this moment, Purple Jade and the others weren't the only ones feeling pressured by the information Breeze Wine had just shared with them. Even Thousand Scars, who had many interactions with the greater God's domain's experts due to the Flower of 7 Sins, was experiencing much stress. Thousand Scars might have caught the Paimon Corporation's attention. Still, she needed to enter the top 100 of Star Lake City selection should she wish to become an internal member of the Paimon Corporation. If she couldn't do that, she'd have to get into the top 300 at the very least to become an outer member. Originally, Thousand Scars had scoffed at this requirement. After all, she was strong enough to be close to entering the top 100 of the miniature ancient world's God-ranked expert list. However, compared to the God-ranked expert list, the scale of the competition she needed to face in Star Lake City selection was on an entirely different level. The selection is even open to experts from other cities. Sure Phone was a little surprised by this news. It was very rare for a city in the greater God's domain to recruit experts from other cities. He had only ever heard of such situations happening in the greater world before. Never had he actually seen it happening. He didn't think Star Lake City would be taking such action. After concluding his explanation, Breeze Wine turned to Sherfong and said, "As for you, Guild Leader Sherfong, Zero Wing has paid for your travel to Star Lake City, so the Green God Corporation does not have any requirements for you. You are free to move independently once you complete your first entrance test." Nobody was surprised to hear Breeze Wine's words. This was because everyone knew there was no way a Tier 3 player like Sherfong could remain in the city. All of you don't have to worry too much about scoring poorly in this election. The simulation battle between cities is different from the standard combat in God's domain. Aside from combat standards, the simulation battle mainly tests participants' mental strength standards. Your mental strength standard will directly correlate to the quality of the weapons and equipment you receive in the simulation battle. The greater your mental strength, the better the weapons and equipment you will receive, Breezewine explained as he returned his attention to the others. So, the various cities will place more emphasis on mental strength standards and future potential in their selections. The selection isn't strictly a competition of combat standards. Purple Jade and the others relaxed a little when they heard Breezewine's supplementary explanation. Even so, they still felt a lot of pressure. After all, anyone capable of becoming a God-ranked expert would have extraordinary combat standards and concentration standards. Sometime later, Breezewine and the others arrived at Star Lake City's Gods Domain Association. The Gods Domain Association was also the largest organization in the greater world, and it had a branch established in every town and city in the greater world. Coincidentally, the Gods Domain Association building was one of the most spectacular buildings in Star Lake City. The building had over 600 floors and was over 3,000 meters tall. Out of these 600-plus floors, floors 100 and above were reserved as residences for the association's members. The requirements to stay in these residences would increase every 100 floors. Those qualified to live on floors 600 and above were big shots that even conglomerates had to treat with care. Meanwhile, even the weakest person inside the Gods Domain Association building had physical fitness at the standard of Hunglian masters, while more than 30% of the building's occupants were at the standard of Hunglian grandmasters. There were even replays of duels between Tier 6 God-ranked experts being played in the lobby, the replays free for all to watch and learn from. I recommend that all of you take your first test now. It will give you an idea of your current placings. It will also decide which floors you will stay in the association for this month. Your first month's rent is free. This is the greatest welfare offered by the Gods Domain Association to people entering the city for the first time. This will save you from living out on the streets and starving, Breezewine said. Then he pointed at a long line in the distance and continued, "The Green God Corporation has already credited 3 test attempts into your watches, so your first 3 tests will be free. If you want more attempts, you'll have to spend star coins to buy them yourselves." Everyone nodded and felt their shoulders growing a little heavier. It cost 10,000 star coins to attempt the Gods Domain Association's test every time. This was nearly the average resident's annual salary in the greater world's various cities. It should be known that anyone capable of living in a city is an extraordinary individual. Yet, even then, these individuals would have to go through great pains just to earn 1,000 star coins a month. Naturally, earning star coins would be even more challenging for people new to the greater world. Although the powers behind them were incredibly powerful in their home world, their respective powers had only managed to prepare several tens of thousands of star coins for them. That was only enough for them to make a few extra attempts. Meanwhile, after waiting in line for several hours, it was finally Sherfang's, and the others turned to test their mental strength. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 255, Mental Strength Standard. Chapter 255, Mental Strength Standard. This must be the first time you all are taking the test, right? In that case, I have to remind you of two things, the receptionist at the front desk said after scanning Sherfone and the others with a device. The receptionist was a woman dressed in black office attire with long hair that cascaded down her back, and her figure and appearance were comparable to Hidden Soul. Firstly, while you are in the mental space, staying longer inside doesn't mean you'll get a better score. Instead, you are scored based on how quickly you can conquer the obstacles on each floor. Secondly, be wary not to push yourselves too far past your limits. Otherwise, you will suffer a mental breakdown, and it is unlikely you'll be able to make a second attempt within a month. Purple Jade and the others nodded when they heard the receptionist member's words, none of them daring to behave disrespectfully to her, although they didn't know how old the other party was. Judging by the dangerous aura they sensed from her, they could tell that the other party's physical fitness was far superior to theirs. A mental strength grandmaster? Sherfone couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at the woman behind the front desk. Mental strength grandmasters were existences that thoroughly transcended mental strength masters. Even in the greater world, a one-star mental strength grandmaster would be an executive-level individual in the various corporations, while three-star mental strength grandmasters were existences that even conglomerates would try their best to recruit. Although the Gods Domain Association was the largest organization in the greater world, it still wasn't at the level where it could afford to have mental strength grandmasters work as receptionists. So, Sherfone couldn't help but be surprised and confused by this situation. A moment after the receptionist was done giving her advice, a man who had just completed his test walked out of the test hall. At the same time, his result also appeared on the test scoreboard in the lobby. Mental grade, 2-star mental strength master, potential rating, 71 mental strength rating, C, mental control rating, B, overall ranking, 13,452. The receptionist read the man's result. Then, when she looked at the man's somewhat sluggish expression, she sighed and said, "Another stubborn one who refuses to listen. Next." This scene stunned Purple Jade and the others. The man who had just walked out of the test hall looked no older than 40. An individual capable of becoming a 2-star mental strength master before 40 was an incredibly rare talent even in the various upper zones. Yet, in this place, such a mental strength master couldn't even rank within the top 10,000. Out of everyone present, only Breezewine and Sherfone weren't surprised by this situation. The standard of mental strength development available in their homeworld was vastly inferior to even the greater world's towns, let alone cities. This remained true even for the upper zones created by the Green God Corporation. Regardless, Alice was the first in the group to challenge the mental strength test. After entering the mental space for around 10 minutes, Alice walked back into the lobby with a somewhat ugly expression. At the same time, her results appeared on the lobby scoreboard. Mental grade, 2-star mental strength master, potential rating, 87, mental strength rating, B, mental control rating, A, overall ranking, 856. When the receptionist saw Alice's result, she said in praise, "You'll have a chance of becoming a 3-star mental strength grandmaster in the future if you already have such standards as a newcomer to the greater world." Good. Beautifully done. Joy appeared in Breezewine's eyes when he saw Alice's result. Although he had long since known that Alice could definitely enter the top 1,000 within the selection period, he didn't think she would accomplish this feat on her first attempt at the selection test. Support us at Hosted Novel. It should be known that newcomers to the greater world for the first time would typically see great improvements in their first month in the greater world. This was also why the Gods Domain Association would offer to cover newcomers' food and accommodation expenses for the first month. Alice had scored such a high rank on her first attempt, so it wasn't out of the question for her to get within the top 300 within the next month. Meanwhile, individuals who joined the City Legion would receive significantly different treatment depending on whether they were ranked within the top 100, top 300, or top 1,000. After the receptionist finished assigning Alice her room, The many experts in the lobby couldn't help but look at her enviously. Alice was assigned a room on the Association Building's 429th floor. Typically, the residences on such high floors were reserved for Star, Lake City's official participants, and these rooms cost 2,000 Star coins a day to rent. The average God-ranked expert could only dream of staying in such a room. Yet, Alice could stay in this room free of charge for an entire month. However, Alice's result was only the beginning of a series of surprises for the people in the lobby. As Purple Jade and the others started attempting their test, the commotion in the lobby grew bigger and bigger. This was because out of the 8 subsequent people who took the test, aside from the 2 people who were already over 40 years old, everyone else managed to rank within the top 1,000. As for the 2 who were older than 40, they were ranked within the top 2,000, and they had a high chance of entering the top 1,000 within the next month. This is insane. Where are these newcomers from? I think they all come from the same world. What? They're all from the same world. Are they the geniuses nurtured by an intermediate God's domain? The many God-ranked experts in the lobby began making all sorts of conjectures as they looked at Alice and the others. Due to the nature of Star Lake City selection this time, individuals capable of ranking within the top 3,000 would already be considered geniuses among geniuses, let alone the top 1,000. Yet, 7 out of 9 newcomers from the same world had managed to enter the top 1,000. Even intermediate God's domains could not produce so many geniuses in the same generation. Not to mention, out of these 9 newcomers, 3 had managed to rank within the top 500, their ranks hovering in the 400s. These 3 people were Magic Eye Hunter Phythalia, Silver Ghost Prosciutto, and Thousand Scars Xue Qianhen. All 3 had received a potential rating of around 90 and AA ratings for their mental strength and mental control. In addition, there was also Purple Jade, who ranked 514th. These 4 individuals had a high chance of entering the top 100 within the next month and competing against the peerless geniuses of the various higher gods' domains. Breeze Wine grew ecstatic when he saw this outcome. With such results, he could easily complete the task the Green God Corporation assigned to him. After all, the corporation's task was for him, an official participant of Star Lake City, to produce 3 other official participants. When Prosciutto saw Sherfong entering the mental space, he turned to Breeze Wine and said indifferently, "We've completed our tests already, Commander Wine. Shouldn't we start familiarizing ourselves with the training facilities here?" Guild leader Sherfong still hasn't completed his test, Prosciutto. "Isn't it too early for us to leave now?" Purple Jade said, frowning. "Is his test result even important?" Prosciutto glanced at Purple Jade. Then, in a contemptuous tone, he said, "He's merely a Tier 3 instructor of a God's Domain Academy. He's not even an ant in God's domain. It is only by luck that he managed to come to the greater world. We have come to the greater world with an important task. The last thing we should do is waste our time on an ant." "I agree with Commander Prosciutto. Commander Wine has also previously said that we are free to move independently once we finish our tests. Now that that person has entered the mental space, he no longer has anything to do with us," Thousand Scars said, nodding in agreement with Prosciutto. "If you wish to wait for him, you can wait by yourself, Commander Jade. Do not waste everyone's time." After saying so, Thousand Scars promptly turned around and left. She had no interest in Sherfang's test result whatsoever. She only had one goal in her mind: to enter the top 100 as soon as possible. After seeing Thousand Scars leaving, Prosciutto and the others also left for their respective residences, leaving only Breeze Wine and Purple Jade in front of the test hall. The crowd in the lobby grew confused at this sight, and they couldn't help but wonder if Sherfong wasn't actually from the same world as Thousand Scars and the others. "You should head upstairs with them, Commander Jade. You all will be comrade in arms when you enter the Star Lake Legion in the future. You will meet each other regularly at that time, and you might even have to work together to complete tasks. So, it's best not to strain your relationship with them. Breeze Wine advised Purple Jade when he saw Prosciutto and the others leaving. It's enough for me to wait here by myself. Zero Wing might have some interactions with the secret pavilion, but Sherfong and Purple Jade were destined to live in completely different worlds. In Breeze Wine's opinion, it would be very unwise for Purple Jade to sour her relationship with Prosciutto and the others for Sherfong. After all, the greater world wasn't an easy place to live in. Take himself, for example. It had taken him several years of struggling in the greater world before he managed to join the Star Lake Legion. Even then, he was only an ordinary official participant. Of course, his slow progress was mainly because he had no companions. If he had reliable companions, he might have reached greater heights. Thank you for your concern, Commander Wine. Shaking her head, Purple Jade said with determination in her eyes, "You may be right, but I still want to wait." Since learning about Sherfeng's existence until now, Purple Jade had never managed to see through the man. Even though Sherfeng was clearly only a refinement realm expert, he had earned such high praise from Wu Lingling that the girl refused to become her apprentice. Now that the opportunity to see Sherfeng's strength had appeared, Purple Jade naturally had to take a look. Breeze Wine could only sigh in regards to Purple Jade's decision. He simply couldn't understand why Purple Jade was willing to sacrifice her future for the sake of a Tier 3 instructor. Sometime after Breeze Wine and Purple Jade concluded their conversation, a new result appeared on the lobby's test scoreboard. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 256, S-Rank Control. Chapter 256, S-Rank Control, God's Domain Association, Mental Space. When Sherfong stepped into the mental space, he was greeted by the size of a spacious hall the size of a football field and a large staircase with over 100 steps. The staircase was brightly illuminated, and every step had stone pillars of varying sizes erected. Before Sherfong could approach the staircase, the lights suddenly went out, and the hall was drowned in darkness. Sure enough, it's the same as in the past, Sherfong thought as he closed his eyes and focused his mind on the mental blades that were coming at him from multiple directions. Then he swiftly evaded these mental blades while gradually making his way to the staircase. The mental space was one of the few places in the greater world that allowed people to develop their mental strength. However, very few people knew about this secret. Typically, only the various cities' administrators and the God's Domain Association's executives would know about it. As for most other people, they would simply treat the mental space as a place to test their mental strength. Hardly anyone knew about the intricacies and benefits of the mental space. Even Sherfong had taken quite some time to figure out this secret during his previous life. The mental space's mental staircase had a total of 103 steps, and one could not reach the top unless one was at the 3-star mental strength Grandmaster standard. Anyone who managed to ascend to the top could become an elder in the God's Domain Association and gain the right to pioneer a new continent. When ascending the mental staircase, one would have to face an increasing number of mental blades the higher one climbed. More specifically, the number would gradually increase from 4 to 107. In addition, the strength and agility of the mental blades would increase with every 3 steps. During his previous life, Sherfong had only ever managed to climb to the 101st step before he abruptly reincarnated again. Now that he was no longer at his peak, he naturally couldn't climb back to the 101st step. Even so, he could still use the mental staircase to train his current mental strength. As for how he could accomplish this, it was simple. All he needed to do was concentrate his mental strength into a barrier to continuously defend against the mental blades. Of course, one couldn't develop one's mental strength just by blocking any random mental blade. The mental blade one blocked needed to be strong enough to shatter one's mental barrier. Moreover, the stronger the mental blade, the better. That way, the mental blade could shatter one's mental barrier more thoroughly, giving one an easier time absorbing the residual mental energy left behind by the mental barrier. However, the stronger the mental blade one blocked, the greater the pain one would suffer. Fortunately, challengers were at no risk of dying in the mental space, as the test would be automatically stopped when they exceeded their pain tolerance. So, challengers could let the mental blades shatter their mental barrier without worry. As for how long a challenger could last, that would depend on their willpower. Subsequently, Shifeng continuously evaded the oncoming mental blades and swiftly ascended the mental staircase, having no intention of wasting time on the lower steps. The mental space's difficulty didn't only increase with the number of steps a challenger had climbed. It would also increase along with time. Simply put, the longer one spent dawdling around, the greater the difficulty one would face in ascending the mental staircase. This prevented people from taking their sweet time training their mental strength in the mental space. If Shifeng wished to take full advantage of the mental space's training properties, the best way would be to ascend the mental staircase as quickly as possible until he reached his limit. Fortunately, Shifeng was already familiar with the attack patterns of the mental space's mental blades. Even though he only had the physical fitness of a Hunglian master right now, he reached the 60th step, a place only Hunglian grandmasters and above could reach in no time. However, after reaching the 67th step, despite his familiarity with the mental blade's attack patterns and trajectories, Shifeng could no longer evade the overwhelming number of mental blades that attacked him. So he was left with no choice but to conjure mental barriers one after another to block the oncoming mental blades. Bang, bang, bang. As a half-step mental strength master, the mental barriers Shifeng conjured were only as thick as a sheet of paper. As a result, the mental blades instantly shattered his mental barriers into countless fragments and ruthlessly stabbed into his mental sea, causing him to feel as if his body was being torn asunder. The pain was so overwhelming that Shifeng nearly lost consciousness when the pain first hit him. Hold on. I must hold on until I hit my gravity limit. The consecutive instances of pain Shifeng suffered caused him to instinctively want to retreat. However, he resisted his instincts and kept pushing himself forward. The mental space's training effect would be at its best during one's first attempt. Aside from facing the mental blades, one would also be subjected to an increasing gravity as one remained in the mental space. Meanwhile, the rate at which the mental space's gravity increased would also increase with the number of times one challenged the mental space. This, in turn, would reduce one's mental tolerance and the time one could spend in the mental space. Hence, when a person was challenging the mental space for the first time, they should try to challenge the strongest mental blades they could and stay within the mental space for as long as they could to achieve the best training effect. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time passed bit by bit as Shifeng continuously ascended the mental staircase with gritted teeth. However, even though Shifeng's face was currently as pale as a sheet, the speed at which he conjured mental barriers was getting faster and faster. Evidently, the training offered by the mental space was doing wonders for his mental strength. At this point, his mental strength was already on par with 2-star mental strength masters. When Shifeng climbed to the 79th step, a height only 3-star mental strength masters and above could reach, 83 mental blades shattered all of his mental barriers simultaneously and stabbed into his mental sea. Before the pain could take effect, the mental space's test abruptly came to an end. It seems this is my current limit. Shifeng clenched his teeth as he gazed at the top of the staircase that was only a short distance away from him. Thanks to the mental space's training, Shifeng's mental strength was now at the 2-star mental strength master standard. His perception and judgment toward danger could already allow him to fight against bona fide 1-star mental strength masters, even with his disadvantage in physical fitness. With such a high mental strength standard, he could already become an official member of the Gods Domain Association and rent a room on the 100th to 200th floor of the association building. Although he would need to pay 10 star coins per day to rent a room on these floors, it was much cheaper than the alternative of renting a room in the city. However, whether he could find an unoccupied room to rent would depend on his luck. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Shifeng turned around and descended the staircase. God's Domain Association's first-floor lobby. At the same time as Shifeng concluded his mental strength test, silence enveloped the entire lobby as everyone stared at the scoreboard. At this moment, even Breeze Wine couldn't help but rub his eyes in doubt as he looked at the scoreboard. Mental grade, special mental strength expert, potential rating, 86, mental strength rating, A, mental control rating, S, overall ranking, 100. TL notes. One special mental strength expert is the rank below mental strength master if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 257, Tier 4 Promotion. Chapter 257, Tier 4 Promotion. After a short silence in the lobby, everyone turned to look at Shifeng, who had just walked out of the mental space, as if they were looking at a monster. A special mental strength expert. How did a special mental strength expert get within the top 100? This mental space is definitely broken. I'm a 2-star mental strength master at 35. Yet, I can't even get within the top 1,000. No matter how you look at it, he's already over 30. So how can he get within the top 100, even though he's only a special mental strength expert? It should be because of his mental control receiving an S-rank rating. There hasn't been anyone with S-rank mental control appearing in Star Lake City for the past 10 years. If I remember correctly, the last person to get an S-rank evaluation for their mental control is the Star Lake Legion's current first vice commander. Is Star Lake City going to see the birth of another anomaly? I don't think you can consider this person an anomaly yet. When that vice commander joined the Star Lake Legion, he came in 43rd in his selection, and it's common knowledge that everyone who manages to rank within the top 50 of the Star Lake Legion's recruitment selection will always have a potential rating of 95 or greater. Moreover, these people all have a high chance of becoming 1-star mental strength grandmasters before the age of 35. In addition, aside from having an S-rank mental control rating, that anomaly also concluded his selection with a potential rating of 97 and an S-rank mental strength rating. Afterward, he became a 1-star mental strength grandmaster at 27. Now that he is 31, he has even become a 2-star mental strength grandmaster already. The gap between these two people is utterly massive. Feelings of madness, admiration, and jealousy filled the people in the lobby when they thought about Shifeng's test result. However, despite everyone's feelings, nobody dared to behave disrespectfully toward Shifeng. The Star Lake Legion was the accumulation of Star Lake City's apex combatants. It was also backed by the city itself. So, even ordinary official members of the Legion would be recruitment targets for the various hegemonic powers of God's domain and ordinary corporations in Star Lake City. In addition, official members had the qualifications to purchase a plot of land and own it until they passed away. With this land, they could open up a shop or build a home to live in without having to pay an exorbitant rent to Star Lake City. In addition, they could even invite up to 10 people to become permanent residents of Star Lake City, which meant that they could pay their monthly contribution point fee in star coins instead. It should be known that even the greater world's various corporations couldn't afford to give all their members permanent residence status in a city. The greater world had existed for a very long time already, and many corporations and powerful families with long histories had gigantic family trees. To make matters worse, people living in the greater world could easily live up to 500 years old if nothing unexpected occurred. Because of this, many youths belonging to the greater world's various corporations and powerful families sought to join the various cities' city legions. Meanwhile, if Shifeng managed to join the Star Lake Legion, he'd have plenty of opportunities to get acquainted with these youths with powerful backgrounds. So, it'd be foolish to offend Shifeng simply because he was only a special mental strength expert right now. He got into the top 100 on his first try. Breeze Wine was at a loss for words when he saw Shifeng's test result. He had worked hard in the greater world for several years, participated in multiple selections, and challenged the mental space over 50 times. Even then, if he didn't receive the Green God Corporation's financial support, he would have never managed to become an official member of the Star Lake Legion. In contrast, Shi Feng had managed to rank within the top 100 of the selection on his first day of arriving in the greater world. Moreover, he had done so without the support of any corporation. So long as he managed to ascend to a slightly greater height on the mental staircase within the next month, he was practically certain to become an official member of the Star Lake Legion. Moreover, the top 100 rookies of every selection could typically become a team leader in the Star Lake Legion within 3 years. In addition, so long as Shi Feng managed to become a 1-star mental strength grandmaster before the age of 50, even if he chose to leave the Star Lake Legion afterward, he could still receive financial support from Star Lake City and work for any of the institutions directly affiliated with Star Lake City. He could easily live up to 600 or 700 years old at that time. He might even receive marriage proposals from the city's influential families and corporations. This was because a genius of Shi Feng's caliber had a very high chance of becoming a 3-star mental strength grandmaster within their lifetime. If he managed to accomplish this feat, he would gain the opportunity to pioneer a new city and become the lord of a city in the greater world. "It seems you made the right decision to wait, Commander Jade," Breezewine said as he looked at Purple Jade with a smile. The position of team leader in the Star Lake Legion was significantly more valuable than the position of an official member. If Purple Jade went under Shi Feng's wing, she could earn a significantly greater amount of contribution points and star coins than the average Legion member when completing quests for the City Legion. Meanwhile, these points and coins would be crucial in purchasing the exorbitantly priced potions and resources that aided in mental strength development. Now that Prosciutto and the others were nowhere to be seen, and only Purple Jade remained, so long as Shi Feng wasn't a fool, he'd be able to tell what had happened. At this time, Breezewine could already imagine the colorful expressions Prosciutto and the others would make when they learned about Shi Feng's ranking. "You're thinking too highly of me, Commander Wine," Purple Jade said with a bitter smile. Contrary to what Breezewine thought, she didn't choose to stay behind because she was confident in Shi Feng's strength. Instead, she simply thought about understanding Shi Feng's strength. Only, she never expected Shi Feng to be this powerful. After Shi Feng was assigned a room on the 490th floor, he went upstairs together with Breezewine and Purple Jade. Breezewine had also gone out of his way to share some details regarding Star Lake City and the Star Lake Legion with Shi Feng and Breezewine. Shortly after Shi Feng's group of 3 left the lobby, the receptionist responsible for manning the test hall's front desk pulled up a report containing Shi Feng's personal information. The report was incredibly detailed, and it even had some of Shi Feng's battle videos from his early years in Shadow. "Shi Feng, is it?" When the receptionist finished looking through Shi Feng's information, a smile appeared on her face. Then, she looked toward the video recording of Shi Feng's performance in the mental space and thought to herself, "What an interesting newcomer we have this year. It's as if he has long since known the attack patterns of the mental blades. It seems my visit to the association today wasn't pointless after all." As soon as the receptionist closed the recording of Shi Feng's test, her quantum watch suddenly lit up, indicating that someone was calling her. When she answered the call, the hologram of a dignified young man wearing the Star Lake Legion's Vice Commander emblem appeared above the quantum watch. "Your inauguration ceremony is about to begin, Commander Red Frost. Why haven't you come over yet? Do you know how ugly the city Lord's face has become already?" The young man grumbled. I know. Stop rushing me," the receptionist said as she rolled her eyes at the young man. "I'll head over there now." Inside a high-class room on the God's Domain Association's 490th floor, Shi Feng laid into the virtual gaming cabin that came with the room and prepared to log into God's domain. Unlike the virtual gaming cabin he used on Earth, this one was made using significantly more advanced technology. Not only did it allow its user to experience God's domain with near 100% fidelity, but it also allowed the user to maintain roughly the same combat training effect as in God's domain. Players who use this cabin would essentially be training their physical bodies in the real world when doing combat in God's domain. Moreover, the cabin even came with 2 large canisters of life potions. Shifeng doubted that even a conglomerate like the Green God Corporation would be willing to provide such excellent provisions to its members. Yet, the God's Domain Association had equipped every room on the 400th floor and above with such a virtual gaming cabin. If he combined the effects of this virtual gaming cabin with the greater world's significantly stronger gravity, his brain activity and physical fitness would automatically improve by themselves, even if he didn't want them to. After Shifeng logged into God's domain, he took out the legendary legacy scroll and chanted the incantation to activate it without hesitation. As soon as he was finished chanting, the dark purple scroll floated into the air and unfurled itself. Then, ancient divine runes quickly flowed out of the scroll and covered the entire office. Originally, Shifeng had thought of waiting a little longer before challenging his tier for promotion. After all, many of Zero Wing's main force members still needed help with leveling up. At the very least, he should wait until Zero Wing's main force members had reached level 115 on average before he left for his tier for promotion. However, if he wanted to maintain his position within the top 100 of the Star Lake Legion selection, he had no choice but to challenge his tier for promotion immediately. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, players who had successfully gotten promoted to Tier 4 would receive a boost in their concentration, also known as mental strength in the real world. This boost in concentration was essential for Shifeng to maintain his position top 100, since the Star Lake City selection this time was a competition between the geniuses of hundreds of towns and cities. Secondly, only Tier 4 players in God's domain could become official members of the Greater World City Legions. If he remained at Tier 3, even if he joined the Star Lake Legion as one of the top 100 challengers, he'd only be given the position of a reserve member, and the benefits offered to official members would be out of his reach. Shortly after Shifeng activated the legendary Legacy Scroll, a space-time passage surrounded by black lightning arcs appeared in the middle of his office. The space-time passage's size changed constantly. It expanded to a radius of over 1 meter sometimes and shrunk to a radius of only a few dozen centimeters at other times. The portal was incredibly unstable, and the powerful aura that radiated out of the passage only made it even more difficult for Shifeng to act. So this is a legacy land related to the ancient abyssal god? Shifeng was astonished as he looked at this space-time passage. Just the aura leaking out of the passage was already enough to intimidate him into inaction. He couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of fearsome opponents awaited him inside the legacy land. However, Shifeng didn't put too much thought into the matter. After the space-time passage stabilized to a certain extent, he charged into it without hesitation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 258, Immortal Equipment Set. Chapter 258, Immortal Equipment Set. Shifeng slowly opened his eyes to a gray space shrouded by thick fog. At the same time, his brain was assaulted by a severe sense of dizziness, and he found it difficult to even stand up. Before Shifeng could stand up from the ground, a series of system notifications entered his ears. System, you have discovered the ancient god graveyard. Starting tier 4 Abyssal Sword Emperor Promotion Quest. Quest content, obtain the ancient god legacy power in the ancient god's graveyard. Rewards unknown. System, you cannot make contact with the outside world while in the ancient god graveyard. If you die in the ancient god graveyard, you will be forcibly teleported out of the ancient god graveyard, lose 10 levels, and have your soul weakened for 15 days. So, even with the legendary legacy scroll, I only get 1 opportunity? What a harsh condition. It seems I can't recklessly take risks now. Shifeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he finished reading the system notifications. an ancient god's legacy land. He didn't think the legendary legacy scroll could teleport him to a legacy land related to the ancient abyssal god. However, it would seem that this unbelievable privilege also came at an extraordinary price. Just the penalty for failure was more than enough to ruin him completely. On top of losing 10 levels, he would also have his soul weakened for 15 days. Should he fail his promotion, he'd need at least a month to return to his current level. In the current miniature ancient world, losing a month's worth of progress was no laughing matter. A god-ranked expert wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up to frontline experts if they doubled their efforts after taking such a loss. However, what surprised Sherfong even more was the environment in the ancient god graveyard. Mana was the foundation of all life in God's domain. Yet, there was not a trace of mana in this place. If the average Tier 3 player were to enter this place, they'd die within 30 seconds. Even players with epic mana bodies shouldn't think of using a single skill or spell in such an environment. As for Sherfong, his legendary mana body might be capable of producing its own mana. However, in an environment devoid of mana, he could only use skills and spells a very limited number of times. To make matters worse, on top of having no mana whatsoever, the ancient god graveyard was also crawling with level 125, Tier 4 heroic spirits. Divine Graveyard Wanderer, heroic spirit, Tier 4 Sword Emperor, level 125 HP, 300 million. Heroic spirits were the spirits of deceased human heroes. They might not have very high HP and intelligence, but they possessed incredibly high combat standards. Stronger heroic spirits would even retain their combat standards when they were alive. In other words, they'd have combat standards of hero-level NPCs. Heroes were human NPCs who had received titles and blessings from gods after accomplishing great deeds that have left even gods in awe. Even the weakest hero would have combat power rivaling ordinary dragons of the same tier. When it came to utilizing skills and spells, heroes were superior to even domain realm experts. It's not going to be possible to engage them one-on-one. It seems I have no choice but to take things slowly. Sherfong sighed deeply after observing the wandering, heroic spirits for over an hour. Then he took out a magic tactical vehicle from his epic spatial bag. Based on his observation, he found that there should be at least several hundred Tier 4 heroic spirits wandering this vast forest shrouded in fog. Moreover, these heroic spirits never moved more than 100 yards apart from each other. This meant that should he attack against any of these heroic spirits, he would end up attracting the attention of at least 3 other heroic spirits. Normally, a Tier 3 player would get obliterated if they tried to fight against a Tier 4 heroic spirit alone. Although Sherfong had Tier 4 physique and mana, in an environment without mana, he could at best defeat a Tier 4 heroic spirit in a one-on-one situation. If he had to go up against 4 heroic spirits simultaneously, only death would await him. The only solution to this problem would be to fight numbers with numbers. Subsequently, Sherfong found the closest divine graveyard wanderer and threw a rock at the latter. Under the acceleration of Sherfeng's Tier 4 strength, the rock flew forward like a shooting star, penetrated through a tree, and exploded on the wanderer's back. However, the wanderer's armor had absorbed most of the impact, so the wanderer only lost around 9,000 HP, which was an insignificant amount considering he had 300 million HP. Meanwhile, the struck wanderer promptly unsheathed his greatsword and left behind an afterimage as he charged at Sherfong. The Berserker-type wanderer's speed was so fast that even Tier 4 assassin experts would be put to shame. In addition, the wanderer's advance was made without any excess movements. Every movement the wanderer made thoroughly utilized the forest's complex terrain to let him effectively close the distance, while making it hard for Sherfong to predict the exact trajectory of his approach. The struck wanderer wasn't the only one who was approaching Sherfong. 3 other nearby divine graveyard wanderers had also simultaneously charged toward Sherfong. Moreover, despite not having communicated in any way, the 4 wanderers moved with perfect coordination. some approaching from Shifeng's blind spots, while some distracting Shifeng with ranged attacks. You have good coordination, but it's a pity that I'm not alone. Shifeng smiled when he saw the 4 wanderers entering within 50 yards of him. Then he promptly injected 2,000 magic crystals into the Dragonhorn tactical vehicle to activate the advanced anti-magic barrier and hexagram protection simultaneously. Immediately, the movement of all 4 wanderers turned awkward, and none of them could use Tier 4 skills and spells any longer. In contrast, Shifeng's mana was instantly elevated to the Tier 4 standard, even with the restraining effects of the surrounding environment. Subsequently, Shifeng unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and activated World of Frost, summoning 9 frost swords around him. Then he executed Sword's Orbit against the 4 wanderers attacking him. The Sword's Orbit he executed with the 9 frost swords might not reach the standard of silver combat techniques, but it still reached the bronze standard. Moreover, each frost sword carried 120% of his strength. So, even though the Divine Graveyard Wanderers had very high combat standards, they could, at most, defend themselves against 1 frost sword. As each wanderer had to go up against 2 or more frost swords, they would receive a direct blow with every exchange. Although every attack he landed could only cause around 3 million damage, he steadily reduced the 4 wanderers' HP. In less than a minute, even with their battle recovery, 3 of the 4 wanderers had already lost close to half of their HP. As for the 1 wanderer who had to go up against 3 frost swords, his HP had fallen below the 50% mark. Eventually, before 2 minutes passed, all 4 Divine Graveyard Wanderers had lost all of their HP. Then, their bodies transformed into light particles that scattered into the surrounding fog, leaving behind a bunch of weapons and armor pieces. At the same time, Shifeng also saw his experience bar going up by 26%, showing that the 4 heroic spirits had awarded him an incredibly lucrative amount of EXP. Although progression will be slow, this gives me time to properly investigate this ancient god graveyard. Shifeng thought to himself with a bitter smile. If it weren't for the Winter of Eternal Night, he would have definitely died to the 4-tier, 4 heroic spirits. Unfortunately, World of Frost only had a 3-minute duration, so he couldn't fight another group of Divine Graveyard Wanderers even if he wanted to. He'd have to wait for the skill's 2-hour cooldown to complete before he could start another fight. In the meantime, he could take his time investigating the ancient god graveyard. After sheathing the Winter of Eternal Night, Shifeng began inspecting the loot the 4 Divine Graveyard Wanderers dropped. An immortal equipment set? Shifeng was a little surprised when he saw that the runic weapons and armor that the Wanderers had dropped all radiated a dark gray glow. Immediately, he used Eyes of Reality to inspect the rank of these immortal weapons and equipment. The dark gray glow effect was unique to immortal weapons and equipment, which were also the mainstream equipment in the Greater God's domain. Meanwhile, any random secret silver immortal equipment set could be sold for an astronomical price. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 259, Ancient God's Arm. Chapter 259, Ancient God's Arm. Not only did they drop level 120 fine gold immortal equipment sets, but they've even dropped dark gold immortal equipment sets. Shifeng was at a loss for words when he finished identifying the equipment the Divine Graveyard Wanderers dropped. If the miniature ancient world's various powers could enter this place, they'd probably faint from joy. The 4 Divine Graveyard Wanderers dropped a total of 14 fine gold specter set pieces and 3 dark gold blazing flame set pieces. This was a considerably high drop rate for immortal equipment. Immortal weapons and equipment were incredibly precious in the Greater God's domain. They were much more durable than ordinary weapons and equipment, which would not only allow players to stay in combat for a much longer time, but also let players save on a hefty sum of repair fees. In the Greater God's domain, even epic weapons and equipment could only survive a few fights against Tier 4 mythic monsters and above. As for weapons and equipment at the Dark Gold rank or below, It'd be a miracle if they could survive a full fight against a mythic monster. Meanwhile, if the durability of weapons and equipment fell to 0 during battle, players would be left to fight barehanded and naked. Moreover, players couldn't even get their items repaired afterward, as weapons and equipment would be reduced to nothing but scrap once their durability fell to 0. Yet, avoiding fights with mythic monsters and above wasn't an option, since monsters of such caliber were everywhere in the greater god's domain. As a result, even though ordinary epic weapons and equipment were very common in the greater god's domain, and the cost of repairing items was also significantly cheaper, repair fees remained a significant expense for most players. Meanwhile, because of the hassle and cost that came with maintaining ordinary weapons and equipment, immortal weapons and equipment became highly sought after in the greater god's domain. This was true even for secret silver immortal weapons and equipment. So long as a secret silver immortal weapon or equipment wasn't more than 10 levels below the player's level, any player would choose it over ordinary epic weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, few monsters dropped immortal weapons and equipment, and players mainly had to rely on themselves to craft these items. However, the success rate of producing immortal weapons and equipment at the secret silver rank or above was incredibly low. As a result, even the more inferior mysterious iron immortal weapons and equipment could sell for a higher price than ordinary epic weapons and equipment. Please keep reading Zero and MYB Zero's novel. Common fact, immortal weapons were so rare that level 150 plus secret silver immortal weapons and equipment could no longer be bought with the average currencies used for trading. Instead, they would only be traded using the incomparably precious 7 luminaries crystals. Although the fine gold and dark gold immortal weapons and equipment the divine graveyard wanderers dropped could only be used up to level 120, their value wasn't inferior to that of level 150 secret silver immortal weapons and equipment in the slightest. This was because a complete immortal equipment set would generally grant far more basic attributes than the average equipment set of the same rank and level. Equipping a complete immortal set was akin to wearing an equipment set of a higher level. As for how big the difference was, a fine gold immortal set would grant basic attributes that were 10 levels higher, while a dark gold immortal set would grant basic attributes that were 15 levels higher. In other words, a level 120 dark gold immortal set would grant its wearer the basic attributes of a level 135 dark gold set. Even a player geared in level 120 epic equipment would be 2 thresholds behind a player geared in a level 120 dark gold immortal set in terms of basic attributes. If an ordinary expert obtained a level 120 dark gold immortal set, they could use it up to level 150 without a problem. The combat environment in the current miniature ancient world was essentially the same as the greater god's domain already. It was just that monsters in the miniature ancient world weren't as powerful. So, while ordinary experts could still barely make do with fine gold and dark gold weapons and equipment, frontline teams were already starting to face great pressure. The cost of repairing epic weapons and equipment after fighting against several mythic monsters was a significant expenditure. Currently, a frontline expert would need to spend around 40 magic crystals per day on repair fees alone, while a 1,000-man frontline team would have to spend around 40,000 magic crystals. This was a frightening expense, considering there were very few sources for players to acquire magic crystals from in the current miniature ancient world. Most of the magic crystals in the hands of players still consisted of magic crystals brought in by new players. However, if players could switch to using immortal weapons and equipment, they'd only need to do some simple mana maintenance to keep their gear at 100% effectiveness. In that case, they would, at most, have to spend 1 or 2 magic crystals a day. There was a stark contrast between the two. Not to mention, the immortal equipment sets dropped by the divine graveyard wanderers were far above the average level of current players. If I wasn't trying to get promoted to Tier 4, I could have made a fortune from this place, Shifeng thought to himself as he looked at the patrolling divine graveyard wanderers. Then he quickly avoided these heroic spirits and advanced toward locations where he could avoid combat. Shi Feng only had one opportunity to challenge the ancient god graveyard. Different from the leveling maps found in the outside world, so long as he died here, he would not get another chance to return. Players needed to collect legacy power to complete their tier for promotion. The monsters in Legacy Lands were similar to monsters of leveling maps in that they would respawn after a certain period of time. Yet, World of Frost had a long cooldown of 2 hours. It'd be unreasonable to try to clear out all of the patrolling, divine, graveyard wanderers. So, the wisest move to make now would be to prioritize searching for his legacy fragments and collecting enough legacy power to complete his tier for promotion. Killing monsters and acquiring loot should only remain as his secondary objectives. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng had defeated the 4 divine graveyard wanderers, an obvious blind spot appeared in the wanderers' patrol route. This allowed Shi Feng to advance without having to worry about getting discovered. Please keep reading on MY Novel Full. However, for precaution's sake, Shi Feng would still kill 4 divine graveyard wanderers every 2 hours, further enlarging the blind spot of the patrolling wanderers as he progressed deeper into the foggy forest. After advancing for 2 days, Shi Feng finally exited the foggy forest and arrived at a graveyard. In these 2 days, Shi Feng had not only leveled up to level 120, but he had also obtained over 200 Spectre set pieces and over 40 Blazing Flame set pieces. In the case of the 6-piece Spectre set, he had managed to gather 7 complete sets. As for the 8-piece Blazing Flame set, it was a pity, but he didn't manage to complete a single set. Otherwise, he could have replaced his current mana equipment set and elevated his basic attributes to an entirely new standard. The graveyard was set on a vast plain, and the fog here was much denser than in the forest. The divine graveyard wanderers had also stopped moving independently, all of them moving in groups of 3 to 5 instead. The difficulty of advancing had increased exponentially. If Shi Feng accidentally attracted the attention of 2 groups of wanderers, he'd definitely be beaten to a pulp. Fortunately, not all was bad news. When Shi Feng spread his senses, he noticed that the many glowing tombstones that covered the plains all radiated divine might. The divine might each tombstone radiated varied in strength. The stronger ones could deter even Tier 3 experts from approaching, while the weaker ones allowed even Tier 2 players to approach them easily. Meanwhile, these glowing tombstones were none other than the legacy fragments Shi Feng needed to complete his tier for promotion. However, when Shi Feng moved around 1,000 yards into the graveyard, a pillar of dazzling light suddenly appeared in the distance. Following it, a frightening divine might swept over Shi Feng and alarmed his instincts, causing him to stumble backward by several steps. After taking a moment to calm himself, Shi Feng returned to his previous position. Then he cautiously observed the distant light while analyzing the divine might enveloping him. What a powerful divine might! Even though the dense fog covering the plains prevented Shi Feng from seeing more than 300 yards away, the light pillar was so dazzling that he could see it even though it was much farther away. In addition, the divine might coming from that direction was so powerful that it felt like a real god had just descended before him. After scrutinizing the light pillar for a moment longer, Shi Feng suddenly noticed the faint silhouette of a gigantic arm amidst it. The arm easily measured several kilometers in height, and the surrounding fog could be seen lingering and drifting around it. An ancient god's arm. Shi Feng couldn't help but doubt his eyes as he looked at the towering arm enveloped within the pillar of light. It should be known that the legacies and possessions of ancient gods were incredibly hard to come by, even in the greater god's domain. They were so rare that most would only have their existences described in the Book of Origins. Yet now, an ancient god's arm was placed in front of his eyes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 260, Aiming for the Limit. Chapter 260, Aiming for the Limit. Shi Feng froze when he saw the gigantic arm in the distance. Only after quite some time had passed did he snapped back to his senses. Ancient gods. They were the strongest existences in God's domain. At the same time, they were also the oldest existences. Any legacy or possession from an ancient god could cause countless Tier 6 god-ranked experts to fight for it crazily. Even the greater god's domain's apex powers would spare nothing at getting their hands on an ancient god's legacy or possession. As for the remains of ancient gods, Shifeng had never seen or heard of anyone coming across one before in the greater god's domain. In fact, coming across an ancient god's remains was something no player would ever dare to dream of. This was because even the remains of ordinary gods could already offer heaven-defying effects to players. Out of the various uses a god's remains had, the most widely known usage would be to help players reach Tier 6. This was a feat not even god legacies could accomplish. Only, using a god's remains to help players reach Tier 6 was an incredibly extravagant action. So much so that not even the greater god's domain's apex powers would be willing to do so. Rather than that, it'd be much more worthwhile to use a Tier 6 god's remains to forge legendary weapons and equipment or higher. Of course, this was also considered a wasteful way of using a Tier 6 god's remains. Meanwhile, the method that was publicly known and acknowledged to be the best way of using a god's remains would be to upgrade a god's domain's rank. Once a god's domain received a rank up, not only would the world become stronger as a whole, but it would also become richer in resources and mana. Take the many intermediate and higher gods' domains that existed in the greater world, for example. Many Tier 6 gods were killed to upgrade these gods' domains to their current states. As for an ancient god's remains, Shifeng couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of heaven-defying effects it could have. After taking a deep breath, Shifeng quietly observed the divine graveyard wanders within his view. A moment later, a bitter smile formed on his face as he thought, "Is the system putting the ancient god's arm there just for me to admire?" After moving within viewing distance of the ancient god's arm, he noticed that the number of divine graveyard wanders on the plains had increased significantly. Instead of moving in groups of 3 to 5, every wanderer was now moving in parties of 6 or more. In addition, the frightening divine might the ancient god's arm radiated constantly interfered with his focus, which forced him to allocate a portion of his attention to blocking the mental interference. If he had to defend against the ancient god's arm's mental interference, even if he used World of Frost, the sword's orbit he executed wouldn't be able to reach the standard of bronze combat techniques. Should he fight against a party of divine graveyard wanderers under such circumstances, he'd quickly be worn down and killed. No, I'm not completely out of options. After pondering for a moment, Shifeng's eyes widened in excitement as he suddenly came up with an idea. My current basic attributes are inferior to the divine graveyard wanderers. If I can raise my basic attributes to a sufficiently high level, I should be able to wear down the wanderers, even if I can't execute bronze combat techniques. The Blazing Flame set might only be a level 120 dark gold immortal set. However, so long as he could complete the 8-piece set, he'd have a level 135 dark gold equipment set at his disposal. At that time, he should be able to suppress the divine graveyard wanderers, even without the help of bronze combat techniques. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng promptly retreated from his current location and began harvesting the lives of the divine graveyard wanderers that moved in groups of 3 to 5. Although opportunities to strike at these grouped wanderers didn't come by very often, Shifeng still managed to find 4 opportunities to strike after laying in wait for half a day. Unfortunately, even after killing 14 divine graveyard wanderers and obtaining over 40 Spectre set pieces and 11 Blazing Flame set pieces, Shifeng was still missing the Blazing Flame set's headpiece. As Shifeng was considerably exhausted, he took a break from God's domain after lamenting his bad luck. While Shifeng had gone offline to rest, access to the top of 2 worlds, the place where the miniature ancient world's level 120+ maps resided, was made available to players. When this long-awaited moment finally arrived, the frontline teams of the miniature ancient world's various powers flooded into the top of two worlds. For a time, the Two of Two Worlds became the biggest battlefield in the miniature ancient world as countless powers fought to get an advantage over each other. The competition was so fierce that some superpowers were forced to withdraw. This was especially true for the various local powers. In only a day, aside from the Flower of Seven Sins, which had suddenly gained an additional 20-plus God-ranked experts, the main force of every other power was forced to withdraw from the top of two worlds. Now, only the various powers, God-ranked experts, and apex experts could afford to roam the top of two worlds. Even then, they had to move covertly and carefully. This situation caused the Flower of Seven Sins fame to become unrivaled among the various local powers, and the organization was now recognized as the #1 local power in the miniature ancient world. Countless geniuses also sought to join the Flower of Seven Sins. Guild leader, I don't know what happened to the Flower of Seven Sins, but it has suddenly started recruiting the younger generation's geniuses without any regard for costs. The Flower of Seven Sins is accepting all Refinement Realm experts under 22 as its core members. Moreover, it is offering all core members the privilege of buying 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid every year. Su Qianlu said anxiously as she looked at Shifeng through their video call. Many of Azura's and Zero Wing's geniuses have already shown signs of flocking to the Flower of Seven Sins. If we don't do something about this now, it's only a matter of time before they make up their minds and leave. Should we loosen the conditions to use the Primordial Tower's 2nd floor? Geniuses of the younger generation might not be able to become useful combatants right away, but they represented the future of a power. If Zero Wing allowed the Flower of Seven Sins to steal all of its young geniuses, Zero Wing's aim of expanding a development would vanish like a dream. 3 bottles per person? How generous of them! Shifeng was quite surprised when he heard Su Qianliu's report. Typically, the various superpowers would only offer the peak geniuses they recruited the privilege of purchasing 2 or 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids per year. Yet the Flower of Seven Sins was now offering this privilege to all of its core members. However, a moment later, Shifeng shook his head and said, "We cannot allow more people to use the Primordial Tower's 2nd floor. We need to ensure every person who uses the 2nd floor's rooms successfully learns their silver combat techniques as soon as possible. As for the guild's privileges, we can let core members purchase 1 bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid per year, but that is the most we can afford." He had just arrived at the greater world, so he didn't have any star coins. The stockpile of S-rank nutrient fluids he currently had only consisted of the ones he received for nurturing the various superpowers' peak geniuses. If Zero Wing wanted to compete with the Flower of Seven Sins in resources, he'd first have to become an official member of the Star Lake Legion. Then, he'd need to complete quests that awarded a large amount of star coins. Before that, there was no way Zero Wing could afford to compete against the Flower of Seven Sins when it came to giving away S-rank nutrient fluids. After listening to Shifeng's command, Su Qianlu promptly left to carry it out. The privilege of exchanging for 1 bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid might not be comparable to what the Flower of Seven Sins was offering its core members. However, it was still much better than what the other superpowers offered to their core members. As for how many of Zero Wing's core members would choose to stay, that would be up to luck. I can't afford to waste any more time here. After ending his call with Su Qianlu, Shifeng quickly finished the premium nutritious meal the God's Domain Association delivered to him daily and logged back into God's Domain. If he wanted Zero Wing to compete with the Flower of Seven Sins and the greater God's Domain's various powers and training resources, he would have to join the Star Lake Legion and receive official participant status as soon as possible. As soon as Shifeng returned to the ancient god graveyard, he promptly resumed slaughtering the divine graveyard wanderers. What followed next was 8 consecutive days of fighting and exploring. Shifeng did not log out even once during this period. Aside from killing divine graveyard wanderers, He would spend the rest of his time collecting legacy fragments. On the 8th day of his grind, Shifeng finally obtained the headpiece for the Blazing Flame set and completed the 8-piece Dark Gold Immortal set. Aside from that, Shifeng had also risen to level 125 and collected enough legacy fragments to push his accumulated legacy power to 90%. Normally, players could complete their Tier 4 promotion after their legacy power reached the 70% standard. A legacy power of 90% would result in a relatively complete legacy, and it was enough for even peak classes to get promoted to Tier 4. However, Shifeng did not plan on concluding his Tier 4 promotion so soon. He only had one opportunity to get promoted to Tier 4. A legacy power of 90% might be good, but it wasn't the limit. So long as he explored deeper into the legacy land, he might be able to gather more legacy fragments and raise his legacy power even further. This, in turn, would let him receive a more complete legacy. Hence, Shifeng planned on exploring the legacy land a little longer before deciding whether to accept his Tier 4 legacy. I've finally collected the last piece. I wonder how much of a boost it will give me. After taking a look at the complete Blazing Flame set in his bag, Shifeng switched it with the Mana Equipment set he was currently wearing. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3189 _ What a powerful mana barrier. What a powerful mana barrier. The instant Shifeng equipped the Blazing Flame set, an invisible connection formed between the 8 pitch-black armor pieces, lightly decorated with crimson runes, turning them into a single unit. Immediately afterward, the crimson runes drew some of Shifeng's mana and used it to form a translucent mana barrier around him. Meanwhile, the moment the mana barrier took shape, Shifeng immediately felt it isolating him from the surrounding environment. On top of that, the density of the mana within the barrier increased substantially, the mana seemingly unaffected by the manaless environment outside in the slightest. Most importantly, once the mana barrier stabilized, Shifeng could feel the restrictions that the surrounding environment had put on him, weakening significantly, a sense of liberation spreading across his body. Is this the effect of a Dark Gold Immortal set? Shifeng couldn't help but look at the Blazing Flame set he wore in bewilderment. He had never equipped a Dark Gold Immortal set in his previous life. The best immortal items he could find on the open market were ordinary Dark Gold Immortal weapons and equipment, and he never saw any point in using such items. After all, even the weakest piece of equipment on him was at the fragmented legendary rank. However, after donning the 8-piece Blazing Flame set, he could feel his body's flexibility rising to an entirely different level. The set had even weakened the effect Ancient God's Arm's divine might had on him. The Blazing Flame set's effects exceeded Shifeng's expectations. After taking a moment to digest the Dark Gold Immortal set's effects, Shifeng took a short break before advancing deeper into the area enveloped by the Ancient God's Arm's divine might. Amazing! Shifeng couldn't help but grow a little joyful when he began advancing toward the Ancient God's Arm originally. He had to allocate most of his mental capacity to defend against the Ancient God's Arm's mental attacks. This, in turn, prevented him from using combat techniques at the advanced bronze standard. At most, he could just barely execute a basic bronze combat technique. Yet, thanks to the Blazing Flame set, he only needed to allocate half of his mental capacity to defend himself. However, before Shifeng could familiarize himself with the Blazing Flame set's effects, a party of divine graveyard wanderers noticed his presence and charged at him. These 6 wanderers showed much better coordination than the wanderers outside the Ancient God's Arm's sphere of influence. Not only did they move like a single entity, but they could even use Tier 4 combination skills. For their opening move, the wanderers bombarded Shifeng with several dozen mana blades, each blade carrying enough power to destabilize the space here. It should be known that the surrounding space was being held down by the Ancient God's Arm's divine might. It would take at least a full-powered attack from a superior mythic monster to destabilize such a stable space. However, Shurfeng remained unfazed when he saw the mana blades raining down on him. On the contrary, he revealed an excited look as he unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and the Blasphemer. Sword's orbit. Boom, boom, boom. A lotus flower made of sword lights bloomed around Shurfeng, and all of the descending mana blades were stopped 10 yards away from Shurfeng. The collision between the sword lights and mana blades also created countless sparks and caused the space within a 50-yard radius to tremble violently. The 6 divine graveyard wanderers froze at this scene. None of them expected a Tier 3 human to stop their combination attack. Shatter! Shurfeng naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Immediately, he executed Light Shadow with the Winter of Eternal Night and swept the illusory great sword at the 6 wanderers. When he was directly enveloped by the ancient god graveyard's manaless environment previously, mana techniques became a luxury he could not afford to use. However, now that he was protected by the Blazing Flame set's mana barrier, not only was he surrounded by mana again, but this mana was even denser than the mana found in the miniature ancient world. As a result, the Light Shadow he now executed exhibited power nearing the Tier 5 standard. At the end of the day, heroic spirits were merely the remnants of deceased heroes. They weren't actual heroes, and they definitely didn't have the strength to match dragons of the same tier. Hence, when they were struck by Shurfeng's Light Shadow, even with their armor dampening some of the mana technique's power, they still lost over 10 million HP to the attack. Moreover, Shurfeng's attack had also put the Wanderers in a heavily injured state, which caused them to be at an absolute disadvantage when it came to strength and speed. Now, even without relying on mana techniques, Shurfeng could easily strike the Wanderer's vitals and cause significant damage. Furthermore, as he could now exhibit power at the level of bronze combat techniques with his every move, every attack he landed caused over 5 million damage to the Wanderers. In less than 3 minutes, the 6-level 125 Divine Graveyard Wanderers fell under Shurfeng's blade, loot appearing all around their corpses. Shurfeng did not choose to rest after defeating the 6 Wanderers. After collecting the loot, he promptly resumed his advance toward the Ancient God's Arm. The Ancient God's Arm was constantly unleashing mental attacks at him. Although he had a much easier time defending against these mental attacks now, it still didn't mean he could shrug them off like nothing. It still drained his concentration to defend against these mental attacks. Even if Shurfeng stood still and did nothing, he would run out of concentration and lose consciousness after 4 or 5 hours within the Ancient God's Arm's sphere of influence. Meanwhile, losing consciousness in such a dangerous place was no different than a death sentence. Thankfully, it isn't as far away as I thought. For hours should be enough for me to make a round trip. After advancing for another few hundred yards, Shurfeng couldn't help but sigh in relief when he saw the Ancient God's Arm becoming a little bigger. This showed that he was moving closer to the Ancient God's Arm and that the distance between them wasn't unimaginably big. If the distance between him and the Ancient God's Arm showed no signs of shrinking even after he had run several hundred yards, he definitely couldn't reach it within 2 hours, even if he had a Tier 4 player's movement speed. In that case, he'd give up on approaching the Ancient God's Arm without hesitation. After all, there was no guarantee that he could obtain the Ancient God's Arm even if he could reach it. For all he knew, he might very well be wasting his time. So, to ensure he could complete his Tier 4 promotion under the best circumstances, he had to leave enough time to make a return trip. This meant keeping the time he spent advancing toward the Ancient God's Arm under 2 hours. Meanwhile, just like Shurfeng estimated, after advancing wildly for nearly 2 hours and killing over 20 divine graveyard wander parties, Shurfeng finally arrived before the towering Ancient God's Arm. Shurfeng was deeply shocked the instant Shurfeng laid eyes on the Ancient God's Arm. Although the arm was severely damaged, the information he gleaned from the arm using the eyes of reality told him that this arm was akin to a broken god's domain. He could also see many world law chains binding the arm, every one of these chains carrying enough power to severely wound a Tier 6 god. It wasn't hard to imagine how powerful the owner of this arm was. One attack from this person could probably destroy an entire god's domain. This person was definitely leagues above Tier 6 gods. However, the ancient god's arm wasn't the only thing in the area. Hovering next to the ancient god's arm was a slumbering female angel. The angel was clad in silver armor and had 4 pairs of pure white wings tucked behind her back. An 8-winged Valkyrie. Shi Feng's expression sank when he saw the female angel. Tia Polina, Valkyrie, Tier 4 life form, level 1, 25 HP, 400 billion. Valkyries were a race born for combat. Meanwhile, the more wings a Valkyrie had, the greater their life, rating, and combat talent would be. Among them, 6-winged Valkyries already possessed strength close to rivaling dragons of the same tier. As for 8-winged Valkyries, they were trickier opponents to deal with than even ordinary dragons. An 8-winged Valkyrie simply wasn't an opponent that players could deal with at the same tier. System: you have discovered the ancient god's arm beginning absorption of the ancient god's legacy power. Estimated time required: 30 seconds. Before Shi Feng could snap out of his daze, the radiance the ancient god's arm radiated began flowing into his body. This, in turn, caused his accumulated legacy power to increase rapidly. 90%, 95%, 91%. At the same time, the slumbering 8-winged Valkyrie suddenly opened her eyes. Immediately afterward, Shi Feng felt an aura that could cause even Tier 4 mythic monsters to tremble, locking onto him. Human, how dare you disturb the almighty ancient god's resting place? Disappear from this world. Tia Polina bellowed as she looked down at Shi Feng. Then she conjured a spear made of silver lightning and threw it at Shi Feng. Chapter 261. 8-winged Valkyrie. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 262. Sword Law Saint. Chapter 262. Sword Law Saint. Damn it. Shi Feng's expression turned grim when he saw the oncoming lightning spear. He didn't think the system would be so ruthless as to start the legacy power absorption without giving him any options or time to prepare. However, Shi Feng dared not withhold his cards as he activated the Abyssal Eye's abyssal power. Immediately, a layer of black fog enveloped him, and his body began radiating an aura close to rivaling superior mythic monsters of the same level. Yet, even after activating abyssal power, Shi Feng could still feel the threat of death descending upon him as the lightning spear neared him. As an 8-winged Tier 4 Valkyrie, Tia Polina could exhibit Tier 5 power even with a casual attack, let alone with a spear that concentrated the power of lightning. An attack of such caliber could severely injure even a superior mythic monster of the same level. Upon realizing that he still couldn't survive the Valkyrie's attack, Shi Feng promptly unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and activated Radiant Night, forcibly increasing the power of his attack by 2 ranks. Subsequently, a black streak of light collided with the silver lightning spear. However, no sound or explosion came from the collision. On the contrary, the battlefield darkened and became devoid of sound. Amidst the battlefield of shattered space, Shi Feng remained standing steadily. However, going by his disheveled hair, his trembling arms, and his HP bar that was only half full, it was obvious that he had lost to the Valkyrie in their competition of raw power. As expected of an 8-winged Valkyrie, she really isn't an opponent I can challenge at Tier 3. Shi Feng couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile when he saw that Tia Polina had already conjured a second lightning spear during the time he was defending against her first lightning spear. It should be known that Shi Feng had used Sword's Orbit in conjunction with Radiant Night to defend against Tia Polina's attack. This was the strongest combination he could currently muster, and it allowed him to exhibit power at the Tier 5 intermediate standard. Yet, even his strongest attack was only enough to just barely keep him alive. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to use this attack again within a short period of time. In fact, if he hadn't switched out his mana equipment set for the Blazing Flame set, He might not even be alive right now. Yet, the system wanted him to hold out for 30 seconds. This was just asking him for the impossible. Atone for your sins, human! When Tia Paulina saw that Sherfong no longer had the strength to replicate his previous attack, she coldly threw the second lightning spear she conjured at him. She did not plan on giving Sherfong any time to rest. The lightning spear was incredibly fast, and it crossed the 200 yards that separated Tia Paulina from Sherfong in the blink of an eye. When Sherfong saw that the lightning spear was only 30 yards away, he gritted his teeth and unfurled the ancient scroll he had secretly taken out after blocking Tia Paulina's first attack. Meanwhile, this ancient scroll was none other than the Tier 5 defensive magic scroll he had obtained from killing Diaclo, the Nether King. Tier 5 magic scrolls were extremely rare even in the greater god's domain, each with several fragmented legendary items. Tier 5 defensive magic scrolls were especially valuable, and they were labeled as the best life-saving tools in the greater god's domain. A Tier 5 defensive magic scroll could even withstand the full-powered attack of a Tier 5 dragon, giving players enough time to use Tier 3 or Tier 4 teleportation scrolls to escape to safety. Originally, Sherfong had planned to use this Tier 5 defensive magic scroll when he embarked on his search for the God-Slayer's legacy. However, he had no choice but to use it in this situation. As soon as Sherfong activated the magic scroll, an invisible barrier stopped the lightning spear in its tracks, preventing the attack from getting anywhere near Sherfong. This is broken space. Tia Paulina frowned when she saw her attack failing to eliminate Sherfong yet again. What a lucky human you are. Sherfong shrugged at Tia Paulina's comment. Then he said, I'm sure you know about the Tier 5 broken spaces effect. It can keep me protected for 1 minute, so how about we call a truce? An 8-winged Valkyrie possessed high intelligence, so it was possible to hold a conversation with one. Keep your dreams to yourself. You might have a broken space protecting you, but you aren't in control of it. So long as I keep attacking it and draining its mana, its reserve mana will run out sooner or later. Tia Paulina snorted coldly. Immediately, she began bombarding Sherfong with lightning spears one after another. In only the blink of an eye, she had already thrown 3 lightning spears, the rate of her attack significantly greater than before. Seeing this, Sherfong couldn't help but grow anxious. It was just like Tia Paulina stated. The Tier 5 broken space stored in the Tier 5 defensive magic scroll wasn't under his control. Although the scroll's introduction stated that broken space had a 1-minute duration, that was under the assumption that the magic scroll's mana reserve did not get depleted. Meanwhile, the invisible barrier protecting him might be unfazed even after stopping multiple lightning spears. Still, he could tell that the barrier's mana fluctuations were growing weaker with each subsequent attack. In a situation where he couldn't supply more mana to the defensive spell, once the magic scroll's mana reserves were depleted, the spell would lose effect automatically. Sherfong, in his current state, did not have the strength to block another attack from Tia Paulina. If broken space couldn't last for 30 seconds, he'd die for certain. However, if it could last for 30 seconds, he would still have hope of completing his Tier 4 promotion and getting out of this legacy land alive. As for running away, that wasn't an option at all. Unless he had a Tier 4 teleportation scroll or above, there was no way he could get away from an 8-winged Valkyrie's spatial lockdown. While Tia Paulina was frenziedly bombarding the Tier 5 broken space with attacks, time passed by quickly. 10 seconds. 15 seconds, 20 seconds, 25 seconds after Sherfong had started absorbing the ancient god's arm's legacy power. The invisible barrier protecting Sherfong started wavering as if it could disappear at any moment. 3 more seconds. 2, 1. Sherfong stared at the loading bar before him intently while praying that broken space could last for a moment longer. It ends here. When Tia Paulina saw that the mana fluctuations separating her from Sherfong still did not disappear completely, she resolved herself to use Sword of Judgment, the strongest skill unique to Valkyries. Immediately, a sword of lightning that measured several hundred meters in length appeared above Tia Polina. Then, before Sherfong could react, Tia Polina swung the lightning sword at Sherfong. Bang! The sound of glass shattering echoed throughout the battlefield as the invisible barrier generated by broken space crumbled. With the barrier gone, Sherfong was now thoroughly exposed to Tia Polina's wrath. Die! Tia Polina conjured a lightning spear and threw it at Sherfong without hesitation. However, Sherfong did not grow anxious even after seeing this attack. This was because he had already received his long-awaited system notification a second before broken space lost effect. System: your accumulated legacy power has reached 110%. Do you wish to activate the Tier 4 Sword Law Saint Legacy and change classes into a Sword Law Saint? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 263, Lightless Sword. Chapter 263, Lightless Sword, Sword Law Saint. When Sherfong saw the system notification, he chose to activate his Tier 4 legacy without hesitation. Immediately afterward, a series of notifications rang in his ears. System: you have activated your Tier 4 legacy. You have unlocked all 3 learning topics of your legacy. You have 1 hour to learn them. So long as you learn just 1 topic listed below, you will be promoted to Tier 4. Holy Law action type requires Sword Tier 4 Apex Legacy skill. Integrate your weapon with the world and transform every object within a 200-yard radius into your weapon. All weapon bonuses will be increased by 100%. Duration: 10 seconds cooldown, 1 minute learning condition. Achieve 85% skill, completion rate. Thousand Lights domain type requires Sword Tier 4 Apex Legacy skill. Transform your mana into a maximum of 1,000 mana swords that can cover a 500-yard radius. Each mana sword will carry 40% of your strength. Mana swords conjured can be merged, and each mana sword merged will grant the primary mana sword an additional 10% of your strength. Duration: 3 minutes cooldown, 1 hour learning condition. Achieve 85% skill, completion rate. Godslayer action type requires Sword Tier 4 Ultimate Legacy skill. Integrate your weapon with your body, greatly increasing your mana and concentration. Duration: 30 seconds cooldown, 10 minutes learning condition. Achieve 90% skill, completion rate. A Tier 4 Ultimate Legacy skill. Sherfong was stunned by the system notifications. Tier 4 Legacy skills could be categorized into 4 ranks: Basic, Advanced, Peak, and Apex. Among the many players in God's domain, the average Tier 6 God-ranked expert would generally receive the option of 1 or 2 peak legacy skills when they were challenging their Tier 4 promotion, with the rest of their options being advanced legacy skills. So long as a player completed their Tier 4 promotion with a peak legacy skill, they could hold their ground against a superior mythic monster of the same level, even if they were only equipped in epic weapons and equipment. As for Tier 4 Apex legacy skills, these were incredibly powerful skills that, when mastered, could allow players to essentially become invincible among players of the same tier. However, players who could receive the privilege of learning one during their Tier 4 promotion were exceedingly rare even in the greater God's domain, and those who could complete their Tier 4 promotion with one were even rarer. Yet now, 2 out of the 3 options Sherfong had received were Tier 4 Apex legacy skills. As for Tier 4 Ultimate Legacy skills, Sherfong had never even heard of legacy skills having such a rank. However, before Sherfong could ponder any further over this anomaly, the sound of broken space shattering brought him back to reality. Then he gritted his teeth and chose to learn Godslayer. The Tier 4 promotion was achieved by making a Tier 4 legacy skill into the core of the player's Tier 3 mana body. Completing this process would cause the mana body to undergo a qualitative transformation. This was the main reason Tier 4 players were vastly stronger than Tier 3 players. Now that Shifeng had the option of choosing a Tier 4 Ultimate Legacy skill, which was superior to Tier 4 Advanced Legacy skills, he naturally wouldn't consider the other two options. Moreover, Godslayer was the only skill that could help him survive his current predicament. Mana was the basis of everything in God's domain. If he could elevate the standard of his mana, he would receive a corresponding boost in all aspects. After Shifeng chose to learn Godslayer, all information and simulations related to the skill flowed into his mind. This difficulty. Shifeng's expression darkened when he finished processing Godslayer's information. The difficulty of learning Tier 4 skills and spells was very high. Even peak experts tended to only be able to achieve a completion rate of roughly 80% on their first learning attempt, and every subsequent increment of even 1% would require a lot of training. As for Tier 4 legacy skills and spells, their learning difficulty was even greater. Yet, players were only given 1 hour to learn their chosen Tier 4 legacy skill during their Tier 4 promotion. It was why many Tier 3 players failed to reach Tier 4. One shouldn't underestimate the complexity of Tier 4 legacy skills, even if many of them only require a few simple physical actions to execute. In reality, executing a Tier 4 legacy skill was far more than just a series of physical actions. It also involved the manipulation of one's mana and mana body, which wasn't something one could master within a short time. The complexity of Tier 4 legacy skills would naturally vary depending on their rank. In the case of peak legacy skills, they typically required the user to construct 3 to 5 magic arrays in their mana body. As for apex legacy skills, they required the user to construct no more than 15 magic arrays. Yet, Godslayer required the simultaneous operation of 28 magic arrays. Moreover, even the slightest interruption in the flow of the user's mana would result in the ultimate legacy skill failing to activate. However, before Shifeng could start to marvel at Godslayer's complexity, Tia Polina had already thrown another lightning spear at him. Let's hope this works. Shifeng manipulated his mana body according to the instructions he received and merged the winter of eternal night with his body, causing the standard of his mana and concentration to skyrocket. Immediately afterward, he executed Light Shadow to block the incoming lightning spear. Boom! The collision between Great Sword and Spear caused the surrounding space to shatter into oblivion once more. This time, however, Shifeng only lost a few thousand HP from the clash, which was nothing compared to Shifeng's max HP, which exceeded 3 million. He also felt extraordinarily spirited after the clash. System: Godslayer activated successfully. Skill completion rate 70%. Learning conditions not met. You may use Godslayer again in 30 seconds. What a powerful legacy skill. It can already provide such significant improvements to my mana and concentration at a 70% completion rate. When Shifeng focused on his mana and concentration, he found that both had reached extraordinary heights. It should be known that a Tier 4 skill executed at a 70% completion rate could only exhibit 80% of the skill's original effects. Only after a skill's completion rate had reached 85% could it exhibit 100% of its original effects. Yet, even though Godslayer had only exhibited 80% of its effects, Shifeng found that his mana had not only reached a near solid state in terms of density, but its strength was also nearing the Tier 5 standard. As for his concentration, it had grown so strong that he could shrug off the ancient god's arm's mental attacks entirely. In fact, his current mental state was even better than when he was in the outside world. Now he could execute Light Shadow without much thought, and executing the mana technique hardly depleted his concentration. Your mana might have improved, but it still isn't enough to get you out of this place alive. When Taipolina saw her attack failing to eliminate Shifeng yet again, she thoroughly grew serious as she began throwing lightning spears at Shifeng like a machine gun. She did not intend to give Shifeng any breathing room whatsoever. That remains to be seen. Shifeng smiled and responded to the hail of lightning spears by executing Light Shadow without reserve. Whenever their attacks clashed, Shifeng was bound to lose some of his HP. However, the amount of HP he lost could be entirely offset by his battle recovery, so this loss was negligible. Moreover, with each subsequent use of Light Shadow, Shifeng also grew more familiar with manipulating his mana. This, in turn, allowed him to manipulate his mana with much greater ease. When 30 seconds passed, Shifeng could finally use Godslayer again. Taking advantage of the gradually dissipating bonuses to his mana and concentration, Shifeng quickly reconstructed the 28 magic arrays needed to activate Godslayer. Then he swung the Winter of Eternal Night he wielded at the 3 lightning spears that flew at him simultaneously. Second sword, Holy Devour. Boom! The 3 dazzling spears vanished instantly, and the sky above the ancient god graveyard transformed into a dark void. Then, silence fell onto the battlefield. System: Godslayer activated successfully. Skill completion rate 91%. Learning conditions met. Do you wish to be promoted into a Tier 4 Sword Law Saint and utilize Godslayer as the core for your mana body? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 264, Concentration, Metamorphosis. Chapter 264, Concentration, Metamorphosis, Silence, Cold and Darkness. As if time had stopped in the ancient god graveyard, Tia Polina quietly hovered in the pitch-black sky with her sacred wings spread out. Several small cracks had appeared in the illusory barrier that protected the Valkyrie's pristine wings. Although these cracks were gradually mending themselves, it was obvious that they had suffered damage beyond their tolerable threshold. Is this the true power of a Tier 4 ultimate legacy skill? At this moment, Shifeng could feel that the mana around him had taken on a near-solid state. He could even feel the surrounding space becoming significantly heavier. Shifeng was no stranger to this phenomenon. On the contrary, he was incredibly familiar with it. However, it was precisely due to his familiarity with this phenomenon that he couldn't help but be surprised. After all, this was a phenomenon that would only appear when players had raised the strength and density of their mana to the Tier 5 standard. With mana of such high caliber, he could immobilize ordinary Tier 3 experts with nothing but the mana he radiated. "I applaud you for the tenacity you've shown," Tia Polina said, a hint of admiration appearing in her eyes when she saw that Shifeng still refused to die to her attacks. "However, nothing will change even if you've gained Tier 5 mana. You are simply prolonging your suffering. Do not think, even for a moment, that you can leave this place alive." As soon as Tia Polina finished speaking, several dozen magic arrays suddenly appeared around her. Every one of these magic arrays was formed using divine runes and radiated an ancient and sacred divine might. Then, a moment later, several dozen 6-winged Valkyries emerged from these ancient magic arrays. "Are you kidding me?" Shifeng's excited mood instantly fell to rock bottom when he saw the 6-winged Valkyries that filled the sky. These 6-winged Tier 4 Valkyries might not be as strong as Tia Polina, an 8-winged Tier 4 Valkyrie, but a force of several dozen of them was enough to erase an ancient empire that ruled over several hundred cities. There was no way a Tier 4 player like himself could go up against such a force. "Disappear from this land!" Tia Polina shouted as she swung an arm forward. Immediately, the 6-winged Valkyries began launching lightning spears at Shifeng one after another, blotting out the sky with hundreds of lightning spears in the blink of an eye. Every one of these spears carried power at the Tier 5 basic standard, and even a Tier 5 expert would have to flee in the face of hundreds of such attacks. Needless to say, Shifeng had chosen to flee as soon as he saw the rain of lightning spears. "Now that I've completed my Tier 4 promotion, all I need to do is get out of the range of the ancient god's arm's divine might, and I should be able to leave using the legacy scroll," Shifeng thought while dodging the lightning spears flying at him. If he were still a Tier 3 player, he would have died instantly to the several dozen six-winged Valkyries. However, he had completed his promotion already. He was no longer a Tier 3 Sword King, but rather a bona fide Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Moreover, he was a Sword Emperor who had formed his Mana Body's core with an ultimate legacy skill. He was superior to even players with Tier 4P classes. System, congratulations! You have become a Tier 4 Sword Law Saint Sword Emperor. You have activated the ultimate legacy core. All basic attributes plus 2,400. All resistances plus 200. Mana recovery rate increased by 120%. Mana strength increased by 20%. All physical and magical attacks received that are below Tier 4 will be weakened by 40%. All basic attributes increased by 100%. And physique increased by 180%, rewarding 150 legacy skill points. If comparing purely in terms of basic attributes, he already rivaled superior mythic monsters of the same level. After factoring in the bonuses he received from Abyssal Power, his strength and agility had already reached the Tier 5 threshold. There was also his mana that had reached the Tier 5 standard. So long as he focused entirely on escaping, even a force of several dozen six-winged Valkyries would need some time to kill him. Subsequently, Shurfong could be seen dodging the descending lightning spears one after another. As if he were the moon's reflection on a lake, no matter how many lightning spears rained down on him, none of them managed to hit him. The only thing they managed to accomplish was to devastate the land around him. None of them are hitting. When Tia Polina saw Shurfeng's performance, a hint of surprise appeared on her face for the first time. Even a Tier 5 existence would suffer serious damage when subjected to the aerial bombardment of several dozen six-winged Valkyries. Yet, Shurfong had come out of this bombardment unscathed. The footwork and body technique he executed was so strange that even she had trouble keeping up with his movements. She found it especially bewildering when some of the lightning spears would swerve away from Shurfong just when they were about to hit him. It was as if these lightning spears were actively trying to avoid him. In reality, even Shurfong himself was surprised by this strange situation. Though, unlike Tia Polina, Shurfong knew exactly what was causing this strange performance. Ascending into a Tier 4, Sword Law Saint provides such a huge improvement to concentration. If mana was described to be the foundation of all things in God's domain, then concentration could be regarded as a player's entire being. With a powerful concentration, not only could players control their bodies better, but they could also control mana much more easily. Previously, Shurfeng's concentration had already reached an exaggerated level after using Godslayer. His concentration had grown so strong that he could execute Holy Devour with relative ease. Now that he had gotten promoted to Tier 4, his concentration had undergone another qualitative transformation. Support us at Hosted Novel. Now, not only could he manipulate his body much more easily, but he could also manipulate the mana around him with much greater ease and precision. If his previous control over ambient mana was akin to moving a rock to his desired destination, his current control over ambient mana was akin to moving a piece of cotton. He could freely move it around while exerting little to no effort. Even manipulating his own mana, which had already taken on a solid state, required hardly any effort. This was also why Shurfong could easily and rapidly disrupt the lightning spear's flight trajectory by changing the density of the mana around him. Otherwise, even if he were to reach Tier 5, he still wouldn't be able to dodge several hundred lightning spears without getting hit even once. After seeing the six-winged Valkyries trying and failing to do any damage to Shurfong for a moment longer, Tia Polina grew impatient and joined in on the offensive as well, commanding, "Assist me! Do not let the trespasser escape." Immediately, with Tia Polina as the center, the six-winged Valkyries began working together to create a gigantic magic array that covered a 1,000-yard radius. The magic array harnessed the power of lightning from the surroundings and concentrated it to form a dazzling ball of lightning that enveloped Tia Polina. This sphere of lightning even grew bigger and stronger as time passed. Thunder annihilation. Are they trying to erase this entire land? Shi Feng's expression grew incredibly somber when he saw the growing sphere of lightning in the sky. Thunder annihilation was a super large-scale curse that could erase an entire city. When cast by several dozen Tier 4 Valkyries, the curse could obliterate even the capital city of a kingdom. If the average Tier 5 metric tons received this move, they'd turn into dust instantly. Let's see how you dodge this, Tia Polina said after she finished chanting Thunder Annihilation's incantations. Immediately afterward, the lightning sphere that had reached a size of several hundred meters descended toward Shi Feng, the sphere obliterating everything in its path and leaving a trail of broken space. Without even looking back, Shi Feng left behind an afterimage as he flew forward as fast as he could. Faster! I need to be faster! There was no question that he would die should he get hit by the Valkyrie's Thunder Annihilation. Even his soul would be erased until nothing remained. However, as it wasn't feasible to flee out of Thunder Annihilation's massive attack range, his only way of surviving now would be to fly out of the ancient god's arm's influence and teleport out of the ancient god graveyard using the legendary Legacy Scroll. As the lightning sphere got closer and closer to hitting the ground, Shi Feng also flew closer and closer to the edge of the ancient god's arm's influence. 300 yards, 200 yards, 100 yards. The lightning sphere hit the ground, exploded, and unleashed countless arcs of lightning to the surroundings. Even the patrolling divine graveyard wanderers were instantly reduced to ashes when they came into contact with these lightning arcs. I'm out. Let me make it. At the same time, Shi Feng had also finally fled out of the ancient god's arm's influence. Immediately, he unfurled the legendary Legacy Scroll in his hands, causing it to split apart into countless fragments. Then, these fragments formed a silvery gray space-time fissure in front of him. The instant the space-time fissure formed, Shi Feng immediately jumped into it without waiting for it to stabilize and vanished from the ancient god graveyard. Even after Shi Feng had disappeared, the countless arcs of lightning continued devouring everything in their path. By the time the lightning arc subsided, the land they traversed looked as if it had never existed. TL notes, for reference, this is what Shi Feng got when he became a Tier 4 Blade Saint, taken from Chapter 2694, System. Congratulations! You have become a Tier 4 Blade Saint, Sword Emperor. You have activated the Apex Legacy Core. All basic attributes plus 2,000. All resistances plus 150. Mana recovery rate increased by 100%. All physical and magical attacks received that are below Tier 4 will be weakened by 30%. All basic attributes increased by 100%, and physique increased by 150%, rewarding 100 legacy skill points. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 265, God List Rank 21. Chapter 265, God List Rank 21 under the blue sky and several meters above a vast and boundless ocean. A space-time fissure that was hundreds of meters in height and width appeared all of a sudden. Then, a black shadow shot out of the fissure and smashed into the ocean below. Just as this shadow was about to hit the calm ocean, an invisible force halted this shadow's descent and kept this shadow hovering a few meters above the ocean. Great! It worked. Shi Feng couldn't help but grow excited when he sensed that his surroundings were brimming with mana. He had very nearly lost his life in the ancient god graveyard and wasted the ancient god legacy he had acquired. Fortunately, the legendary Legacy Scroll did not disappoint. Even though he had entered the space-time passage before it had stabilized, it still allowed him to safely escape from the ancient god graveyard. With this, he had successfully completed his promotion. Now, all that was left to do was to report to the Adventurers Association and get himself certified as a Tier 4 player. What a strange place. It won't even let me use return scrolls here. Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw that he couldn't use any of his return scrolls or guild transfer scrolls. Have I not returned to the miniature ancient world? There were a few reasons return scrolls and guild transfer scrolls would fail to take effect. Meanwhile, one of these reasons was that the user wasn't in the same world as the target destination of these scrolls. After factoring in the situation he had just experienced, Feng felt that this was a likely possibility. Thinking up to this point, Feng bitterly smiled as he thought, "It seems an unstable passage still comes with its risks. No matter. Although I don't know where this place is, at least I managed to escape from the ancient god graveyard. For now, I should find a place to settle down." Immediately, Feng began flying in the direction that had denser mana. In God's domain, players could fly by manipulating their mana after reaching Tier 4, and their speed would be faster than even epic land mounts. Moreover, they could remain in flight for much longer than Tier 3 experts who have grasped a mana domain. The only flaw with flying using this method was that it consumed players' concentration. It was similar to how players would expend stamina when running on land. Hence, players couldn't remain in flight forever. What a special place this is. The mana here is incredibly dense, and the mysterious energy here is astonishingly violent. Even a Tier 3 player with a gold mana body wouldn't last more than 5 hours in this place. After Feng flew for around an hour, he took notice of the peculiarity of this foreign space. The density of the ambient mana in this foreign space was already close to rivaling Abyssal Star City. Even peak experts would see significant improvements if they lived in such an environment for a long time. However, the problem was that this place was also inundated with a kind of mysterious energy. Meanwhile, the rate at which this mysterious energy corroded players' bodies was several times greater than the mysterious energy found in the Boundary Mountain Range. Before reaching Tier 4, any player who tried to explore the space alone would meet a swift death. This was because apart from the violent, mysterious energy, this foreign space was also filled with many wandering monsters, be it in the air or in the ocean. The sea monsters in the ocean were especially dangerous, and they were significantly stronger than land-based monsters of the same rank and level. When it came to HP, sea monsters had several times more HP than land monsters. After including their ability to fight freely in the ocean, even a level 120 Great Lord ranked sea monster would be beyond the strength of a 6-man party of level 120, Tier 3 players. If Tier 3 players wished to fight sea monsters, they'd need the support of ships. Otherwise, they'd only become food for sea monsters. Players? At this time, Feng suddenly noticed several dozen ships over 1,000 yards away from him. These ships were split into 2 groups and constantly shelled each other with cannon fire. The explosions were so intense that Feng could hear them clearly even from over 1,000 yards away. Fire! Quickly get the defensive magic array ready. The other side's destruction spell is coming. Standing on an advanced ship capable of carrying 20 passengers, a woman dressed in light blue robes and wielding an epic staff quickly issued commands to her teammates in response to the enemy's destruction spell. Boom! A pillar of flames descended from the sky and struck the 2-fold magic barrier that had just formed, shattering it instantly. Although the barrier had blocked most of the flame pillar's power, some residue power that got past still caused the advanced ship's energy shield to tremble and crack a little. The ship's energy shield can only withstand 2 more of such attacks, Vice Commander Rain, a level 124 Elven Ranger, reported when she saw the ship's dwindling energy reserve. At this rate, the energy shield will break in under 10 minutes. We should just hand that item to them. If we do that, they might stop troubling us. Stop joking, Commander Daybreak, Moonrain said as she looked at the elven woman. You are Soulfire's ally. If we let you surrender that item after accepting your commission, Soulfire will become a laughingstock in the future. Not to mention, our opponents are only one of Divine Hunter's leveling teams. Our chances of escaping aren't 0. However, despite hearing Moonrain's words, the elven woman named Daybreak, Mist shook her head and said, "You aren't familiar with Divine Hunter's behavior, but the attacks they have used so far are only a warning to us. If we continue struggling and anger Divine Hunters, my side won't be the only one to suffer Divine Hunter's retaliation. Even Soulfire will most likely have trouble establishing a foothold in Crying Sea City. Such an offensive is only a warning." Moonrain grew a little speechless when she heard Daybreak Mist's words. Even now, there was a constant stream of cannon fire bombarding their energy shields. No matter how she looked at it, the other side clearly intended to obliterate them. Yet Daybreak Mist was saying that this was only the other side's way of sending them a warning, and the other side wasn't attacking them seriously at all. It should be known that their current fleet was Soulfire's main fleet. The fleet had 5 advanced ships and 15 common ships. Although the other side had 10 advanced ships and 10 common ships, they weren't without a chance of escaping. After all, naval battles differed from land battles. On land, the quality of expert players was very important. However, at sea, the importance of ships far exceeded the importance of expert players. In a naval battle, so long as the ships of both sides retained their energy shields, the only thing the players of both sides could do was fling range skills and spells at each other. In a situation where both sides were composed of only Tier 3 players, there wouldn't be a significant difference when it came to flinging range skills and spells. If Soulfire's fleet took advantage of the winds and tides, escaping from Divine Hunter's fleet shouldn't be a difficult challenge. Of course, Moonrain did not doubt Daybreak Mist's words. After all, Daybreak Mist was the commander of Nightblade, a top adventure team that originated from one of the Four Saints' higher gods' domains. At the same time, Daybreak Mist was also a bona fide fourth-floor expert. While Moonrain and Daybreak Mist were talking, a deep and cold voice suddenly came from afar. "It seems you're quite the sensible person, Daybreak Mist. I guess it isn't without reason you managed to develop Nightblade to its current scale." Following this voice, a young man dressed in dark red robes and wielding a crimson staff suddenly appeared above Moonrain and Daybreak Mist's ship. "What? Why is he here?" Moonrain was greatly shocked when she saw the male elementalist hovering in the air. At this moment, Moonrain and Soulfire's members weren't the only ones panicking over this unexpected development. Even Daybreak Mist's expression sank when she saw the young man. Balrog Hart, currently ranked 21st on the God-ranked expert list, while also being one of the 2 little monsters nurtured by Divine Hunters. Moreover, 2 years ago, at the age of 27, Balrog Hart had already received the title of Balrog from the 7 Luminaries Alliance. After undergoing 2 years of training as one of Divine Hunter's future successors, nobody knew exactly how powerful Balrog Hart had become. The only reference everyone had was the fight in Crying Sea City's Colosseum a few days ago, where Balrog Hart had defeated a veteran titled expert in only 20 moves and received the 21st rank on the God-ranked expert list. "Hand over the Tier 4 Legacy Guidance Scroll and all of your ships, and I will spare your lives," Balrog Hart said in a commanding tone. "Otherwise, all of you will suffer triple the death penalty and be eliminated from Crying Sea City." "You're going too far, Balrog. I can hand over the Legacy Guidance Scroll, but not the ships. We can't even survive in Crying Sea City without them." Daybreak Mist shouted angrily. The ocean made up over 90% of the top of 2 worlds, so ships became crucial for players seeking to develop here. Because of this, ships were in great demand, and replacing even one lost ship would require a lot of magic crystals, time and effort, let alone an entire fleet. "Too far." Balrog Hart laughed. "Do you think you people can leave this place alive?" Nobody on Soulfire's side could offer a rebuttal in response to Balrog Hart's question. Even Daybreak Mist could only grit her teeth in silence. Just when Balrog Hart thought of starting another round of mockery, a deep and clear voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. "What if they can leave this place alive? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 266, Zero Wings Guild Leader Black Flame. Chapter 266, Zero Wings Guild Leader Black Flame. Everyone instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. Without anyone noticing, a cloaked man had appeared 100 meters above the ocean. The man carried 2 swords around his waist, but he radiated neither the aura of an expert nor a dangerous aura. At first glance, this cloaked man seemed like an ordinary swordsman one could find anywhere. Is this guy nuts? He dares to speak like that to Lord Balrog? Seeing as he can fly, he should have grasped a mana domain, so I guess he can be considered a powerful expert. However, he probably hasn't seen Lord Balrog in action before, so maybe that's why he dares to utter such bold words. He's probably an ignorant native then. This is the end of his life now that he has spoken so rudely to Lord Balrog. Divine Hunters members held a merry discussion among themselves as they looked at the cloaked man in the sky. Some of them had even started worrying about the cloaked man's future. As for the words the cloaked man uttered, none of them treated those words seriously. In the greater God's domain, titled 4th floor experts were known as walking disasters. Even at Tier 3, such an expert could fight a team of 1,000 experts in the greater God's domain's environment. Not to mention, Balrog Heart was an existence capable of defeating a veteran titled expert using only 20 moves. Experts capable of grasping a mana domain at Tier 3 might seem rare in the eyes of the miniature ancient world's natives, but experts of such caliber were no different than a Tier 3 ordinary player in front of Balrog Heart. Balrog Heart could defeat such players with a flip of his hand. What a powerful expert! When daybreak, Mist looked at the cloaked man in the sky. A hint of surprise appeared in her silver eyes. She was in possession of the sacred eyes. Compared to ordinary experts, she could see the flow of mana much more clearly. Hence, she could see that the cloaked man had seemingly matched the flow of mana in his body with the ambient mana around him. This was a feat that required incredible control over mana. This was also why nobody present could sense the cloaked man's presence, even though he was clearly standing under the glaring sun. Experts capable of controlling their mana to such an extent were typically titled experts. However, Daybreak Mist quickly shook her head. Titled experts might be apex existences in the current miniature ancient world that even the various hegemonic powers had to be wary of. But Balrog Heart wasn't an ordinary titled expert. He was someone capable of defeating a veteran titled expert in 20 moves. Before Daybreak, Mist could give a word of advice to the cloaked man. Balrog Heart glared at the cloaked man and sneered. Immediately afterward, 2 Tier 3 twofold magic arrays appeared next to him, each magic array carrying mana nearing the Tier 4 standard. Of these 2 magic arrays, one was for the Tier 3 confinement spell Flamelock, and one was for the Tier 3 destruction spell Lava Explosion. Double silent casting? Moon Rain shuddered, her mind having trouble accepting this situation. Moon Rain was an elementalist, so she knew how difficult it was to execute silent casting. It was also the technique she hoped to master. When players were casting spells in God's domain, they typically had to form an impression of the spell's magic array in their minds. Afterward, they would need to chant the necessary incantation to deepen their impression of the magic array. Then their spell would take shape. Of course, a more convenient way to cast spells was to draw the magic array directly in one's mind. This would drastically reduce the chanting needed to strengthen the magic array's formation. This technique was also known by people as speed casting. Meanwhile, magical class players would only be considered experts if they could execute speed casting. As for players capable of executing double speed casting, they were typically peak experts. Currently, triple speed casting was Moon Rain's limit. However, there was another type of spell casting method that was superior to speed casting, and that was silent casting. Silent casting did not require the process of drawing a magic array. Instead, players would form the magic array directly with mana. Meanwhile, double silent casting was a feat Moonrain didn't even think was possible. Not to mention, Balrog Heart had created twofold magic arrays for both of his spells. This meant that he had created the same magic arrays twice, effectively doubling the power of his spells. Meanwhile, Daybreak Mist quickly shouted, "Quickly dodge!" The reason Balrog Heart had received the title of Balrog wasn't because of his player ID. Instead, it was because of his extraordinary mastery over fire-type spells. Not only could he manipulate fire-type spells effortlessly, but he also had the ability to resolve the slow mana gathering problem that plagued all fire-type spells. By the time Daybreak Mist had shouted her warning, Balrog Heart's twofold magic arrays were already done gathering the mana they needed. Suddenly, a flame barrier appeared in the air, enveloping the cloaked man entirely. This flame barrier was incredibly sturdy, and even a tier 4 mythic monster would need several attacks to break this flame barrier from the inside. Immediately afterward, a sphere of lava with a radius of several dozen meters emerged from one of the magic arrays next to Balrog Heart and flew toward the flame barrier. "It's over." Daybreak Mist closed her eyes. Flame Lock would not block attacks coming from the outside. In other words, Balrog Heart's lava explosion could bypass the flame lock and attack the cloaked man directly. Meanwhile, lava explosion was a destruction spell, so it couldn't be dodged or blocked. Just when the lava sphere was passing through the flame lock, the cloaked man's voice appeared once again. "This is quite the powerful move. It's a pity it's useless against me." As soon as the cloaked man finished speaking, an explosion rang out in midair. Subsequently, a blooming flower made of sword lights instantly ripped the flame barrier to shreds and fragmented the lava sphere into countless pieces. As for the cloaked man, he remained unscathed as he hovered in midair and quietly looked down at Balrog Heart. He blocked it. Impossible. That was Lord Balrog's trademark move. Divine Hunters members were stupefied by this scene, their jaws dropping. Even a superior mythic monster would get injured when going up against such a rapid double silent casting. Yet the uncloaked man didn't lose a single HP from the exchange. Balrog Heart was similarly stunned by this situation. Immediately, his expression turned serious, and he looked at the cloaked man in the air and asked, "Who are you?" Anyone capable of blocking his twofold lava explosion couldn't be a nameless nobody in the miniature ancient world. As for those capable of receiving his combination attack without taking a single point of damage, they numbered no more than a handful. However, Balrog Heart did not receive an answer from the cloaked man, though he did get a response from Moonrain, who had muttered something in surprise. "Guild leader Black Flame?" The spread of sword lights was a very familiar sight to Moonrain, as far as she could recall. Feng was the only person to have ever used such a sword technique. Guild leader Black Flame? Daybreak Mist fell into a daze when she overheard Moonrain's mumbling. "He is Zero Wings, Guild leader Black Flame. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 267, Splitting the World. Chapter 267, Splitting the World. Black Flame's name was quite famous in the miniature ancient world. After all, not only was he a fourth floor expert, an existence that was rare even in the greater world, but he was also the de facto owner of the popular Abyssal Star City. In addition, he was also the guild leader of Zero Wing, the ruling power of the Azura Mercenary Alliance. "Are you sure you're not mistaken, Rain?" Daybreak Mist couldn't help but ask Moonrain. Daybreak Mist had received an invitation to join the Azura Mercenary Alliance from Moonrain multiple times before. However, she had turned down the offer every time. While the Azura Mercenary Alliance might offer its members a high degree of freedom and priority entry into Abyssal Star City, the Mercenary Alliance was far too weak when it came to combat capabilities. It should be known that competition in the current miniature ancient world was no less intense than the competition in the greater gods' domain. Weak powers might be able to survive and even gain an advantage over other powers during the early periods of the miniature ancient world, but this would no longer be true in the long run. In fact, unless these weak powers could gather a sufficient number of experts, they would quickly lose their place and be eliminated from the miniature ancient world. In Daybreak, Mist's opinion, the Azura Mercenary Alliance would be categorized as one of these weak powers. After all, the Azura Mercenary Alliance only had a handful of fourth-floor experts and not even one titled expert. With so few capable experts under its command, how is it supposed to contest against the various hegemonic powers over resources in the future? Yet now, Moonrain was saying that the cloaked man, who had come out unscathed after receiving Balrog Heart's combination attack, was actually Zero Wings, Guild Leader Black Flame. This was a very astonishing revelation. So Daybreak, Mist couldn't help but doubt it. It should be. I've only ever seen Guild Leader Black Flame using that sword technique, Moonrain said, her eyes glowing with excitement. The achievement of fighting Balrog Heart, the 21st ranked player on the God-ranked expert list, would definitely become an inspiration for all players of their god's domain. It should be known that ever since the Myriad World's descent, apart from KCO, nobody else from their god's domain had managed to get onto the God-ranked expert list. Moreover, because more and more God-ranked experts began to appear afterward, KCO was quickly squeezed out of the ranking list. This situation caused the various foreign gods' domains players to look down on their gods' domains experts, and they were now regarded as wild monkeys by these foreign players. However, it was a different story now that Shurfong had shown himself capable of fighting Balrog Heart to a standstill. Setting aside whether Shurfong could steal Balrog Heart's position on the God-ranked expert list, he should have no problem getting into the top 30. Once this matter became official, the Azura Mercenary Alliance would definitely see a rise in its position in the miniature ancient world. Black Flame. So, he's that Zero Wings guild leader. Is he really that Black Flame? Didn't the rumors say that he had refrained from appearing in 100 Flow City's Colosseum because he was too weak? How could he receive no damage from Lord Balrog's attack? The Divine Hunters members were all experts among experts. They possessed incredibly powerful senses, so even though Moonrain was several dozen yards away from them, they still managed to hear her mutterings. Only Divine Hunters members couldn't help but doubt their ears when they heard the name Moonrain uttered. Balrog Heart's trademark move was an attack that even ordinary titled experts could not block without taking damage. Experts capable of accomplishing such a feat were all existences standing at the apex of the miniature ancient world. Even if Shurfong managed to get his hands on a portion of the greater god's domain's legacies, there was no way he should be able to accomplish such a feat. Interesting. So you're Zero Wings guild leader? A hint of fighting spirit appeared in Balrog Heart's eyes as he looked at Shurfong. No wonder you dare to spout such nonsense in front of me. However, if you think that you can protect them just because you can block my lava explosion, I'll have you know that you are sorely mistaken. After saying so, Balrog Heart raised his crimson staff and began rapidly chanting a series of incantations. Immediately, the mana within a 1,000-yard radius began swarming toward Balrog Heart, the gathered mana creating a storm that covered a 1,000-yard radius. The degree of control Balrog Heart had exerted over the surrounding mana was so great that seeing it made even a fourth-floor expert, like Daybreak, Mist feel ashamed of herself. Monstrous. This was the only description Daybreak, Mist could come up with to describe what was taking place before her. The influx of mana had not only increased Balrog Heart's mana to the Tier 4 standard, but it had also allowed Balrog Heart to create 4 twofold magic arrays simultaneously. Twofold Tier 3 Curse, Breath of Madness, twofold Tier 3 Curse, Flame Domain, twofold Tier 3 Curse, Scorched Blessing, twofold Tier 3 Curse, Flame God Spear. Every one of these Tier 3 curses originally possessed power and effects rivaling Tier 4 spells already. Their complexity was also incredibly high. although the twofold version of these Tier 3 curses could exhibit power beyond ordinary Tier 4 spells. Their complexity also went beyond ordinary Tier 4 spells. Yet Balrog Heart had successfully cast the twofold versions of all 4 of these Tier 3 curses simultaneously via quadruple speedcasting. The strength he currently displayed was significantly stronger than what he had shown during his Colosseum fight in Crying Sea City. In fact, Daybreak Mist couldn't help but suspect that if Balrog Heart had executed this high-level quadruple speedcasting during his Colosseum fight, he wouldn't have even needed 20 moves to finish the fight. Of the 4 curses Balrog Heart cast, Breath of Madness was a confinement spell that could be used to lock down a space. Meanwhile, enemies trapped within this space would have their mobility and reaction speed reduced. Their control over mana would also be reduced by over 50%. While trapped within Breath of Madness, players would find it extremely difficult to use skills, spells, combat techniques, and mana techniques. As for the 3 other curses, Flame Domain increased the power of the user's fire-type spells by 100% and weakened the effects of other attributed spells by 50%. Scorched Blessing increased the user's basic attributes by 80% and control over the fire element by 30%. And Flame God Spear was a large-scale destruction spell capable of breaking a town's defensive magic array in one hit. These 4 Tier 3 curses synergized with each other incredibly well. With this move, Balrog Heart could annihilate even 4th floor experts with the flip of a hand. Subsequently, a flame spear measuring 1,000 meters in length suddenly descended from the sky. The aura of power the spear radiated, instilling a sense of despair into everyone present. After being enhanced by 3 Tier 3 curses, Balrog Heart's Flame God Spear could destroy not only a town's magic array, but also the town itself. Try blocking this move, Balrog Heart said, laughing. However, before Balrog Heart could say anything more, Shurfong suddenly swung the Winter of Eternal Night. First sword, Light Shadow. Suddenly, time on the battlefield seemingly froze as everything and everyone stopped moving. Even the descending flame god's spear was no exception. Then, under everyone's gaze, the sky, the ocean, and the 1,000-meter spear all split in half. However, before everyone could even start to feel surprise, the bisected flame spear fell into the ocean and created 2 huge holes that were several kilometers deep. At the same time, the advanced ships that were in the flame spear halves way. The players on board these advanced ships and Balrog Heart vanished without a trace. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 268, Sword Emperor? Chapter 268, Sword Emperor? What happened? They're gone. Be it Soulfire's members or Night Blade's members, everyone was dumbfounded by what just happened. Even Daybreak Mist couldn't help but rub her eyes and take another look. When Balrog Heart's Flame God Spear appeared, Daybreak Mist had felt the presence of death enveloping her. The power of the attack had already gone beyond her ability to survive. In front of this attack, the average titled expert was nothing but a joke. This was because Balrog Heart's attack had already reached a level where it could destroy an entire town. Upon realizing Balrog Heart's strength, Daybreak Mist couldn't help but feel suffocated. Yet, Shurfeng's attack had not only erased Balrog Heart's full-powered attack, but it had also left a gash in the ocean that extended for several kilometers. Rain, are you really sure this person is the guild leader Black Flame you mentioned? Daybreak Mist whispered to Moonrain, trying to seek further confirmation. This was Balrog Heart they were talking about, the 21st ranked player on the God-ranked expert list. Yet, not only did Black Flame defeat Balrog Heart, but he had even accomplished it in one move. This was a feat that probably only the monsters ranked within the God-ranked expert list's top 10 could accomplish. It should be known that every one of these top 10 monsters was an existence capable of monopolizing an entire medium shipyard. Meanwhile, not only could a medium shipyard generate tremendous amounts of wealth for a power, but it could also increase the chances of a power being recruited by a conglomerate in the future. It was the dream of countless powers to join a conglomerate in the greater God's domain. Unfortunately, generally speaking, only upper-ranking hegemonic powers could catch the attention of conglomerates and become a part of a conglomerate. However, now that the miniature ancient world had become a gathering place for the myriad worlds, an immense amount of wealth was gathered here. Moreover, many ore veins capable of producing 7 luminaries crystals have been discovered across the top of 2 worlds. If a power could dominate a sizable portion of the miniature ancient world, even if said power wasn't an upper-ranking hegemonic power, it might still have a chance of catching the various conglomerates' attention. After all, 7 luminaries crystals were a rare commodity that was in high demand no matter where one went. Even if a power was weak, so long as it could generate enough 7 luminaries crystals, the various conglomerates wouldn't mind extending an olive branch to it. It should be, Moon Rain answered hesitantly. At this moment, even Moon Rain couldn't help but grow uncertain. Although she knew that Black Flame was powerful, she never thought he would be so powerful as to kill Balrog Heart in one move. While Moon Rain and Daybreak Mist were talking, Sherfong waved his hand at the items Balrog Heart and Divine Hunter's other members dropped. Immediately, the items dropped by these 100-plus players flew toward him. Then he began stuffing the items into his bag one after another. This is a large sea map. Sherfong was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the tattered map in his hands. Generally, when players entered a region they had never visited, their system map would only display their nearby surroundings. If players wished to have a more informative map of the region, they would have to explore the region in person. Either that, or they could purchase a region map from a nearby NPC city. If players wanted to operate out at sea, a sea map was an indispensable item. This was because a sea map would not only display islands that wouldn't be displayed on the system map, but it also covered a large area. Moreover, the sea map would also mark the player's specific location, preventing players from getting lost while navigating at sea. Typically, sea maps could be divided into small, medium, and large sizes. Each size category of sea map would also cover an increasingly larger area. Small sea maps would cover an area roughly the size of 2 or 3 land-based leveling maps. Medium sea maps would cover 7 or 8 leveling maps, and large sea maps would cover at least 20 leveling maps. During the exploration phase of a region, a large sea map could easily be worth 2 or 3 fragmented legendary items. So, it was a truly pleasant surprise to Sherfong that Balrog Heart would gift a large sea map to him. It should be known that he had only helped Soulfire get rid of Balrog Heart in passing. He never really thought of gaining anything from this action. After all, Soulfire had already joined the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Moreover, Moonrain had given Wu Lingling a lot of help thus far. So, he naturally had to help Moonrain now that the other party was in trouble. As for how Sherfong managed to eliminate Balrog Heart so easily, it was because Balrog Heart was only a Tier 3 player. There was a significant gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 players. Not to mention, Sherfong was even equipped with the Blazing Flame set, a level 1, 20 dark gold immortal set. It might be a different story if Balrog Heart had reached Tier 4 already, but before that happened, Sherfong would only need one move to take care of him. So this place is the top of 2 worlds? Sherfong was a little surprised after he was done inspecting the sea map. He didn't think that the top of 2 worlds would be a world within a world. Moreover, it was quite a huge world. At the very least, judging by the information he gleaned from the map, the top of 2 worlds should be significantly larger than the miniature ancient world. The nearest NPC city from here is Crying Sea City. I should head there and get some rest. Afterward, Sherfong stored the sea map and flew toward Crying Sea City. He's flying away. It will take him over 10 hours to reach Crying Sea City, even if he can fly with his mana domain. Even if he exhausts his concentration, there's no way he can reach the city, right? Could he have reached Tier 4 already? Everyone was stunned when they saw Sherfong flying into the distance. A Tier 3 player could fly, so long as they had a mana domain. However, flying via this method consumed a lot of concentration, so flying for long periods of time wouldn't be possible. Seeing as Shurfeng was flying in Crying Sea City's direction, he should be aware of the city's existence. In that case, he should also know that the city was over 10 hours away from their current location. Yet he had still chosen to fly there. This could only mean that he had already reached Tier 4 and gained the ability to fly for long periods of time. Only, Tier 4 should still be a goal far out of the reach of the miniature ancient world's various powers. Although many hegemonic powers had already found Tier 4 legacy lands, a few days had only passed since the first batch of challengers had left to challenge their Tier 4 promotion. Going by the average time it took for players to complete their Tier 4 promotion, this first batch of challengers would still need at least 10 days before they could complete their promotion. There was an incredible gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 classes. If Shurfeng had indeed reached Tier 4 already, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that he was invincible in the current miniature ancient world. A Tier 4 Sword Emperor? Moon Rain's eyes lit up in excitement as she looked at Shurfeng's departing back. Crying Sea City is probably going to see a change of hands soon. Crying Sea City was a gathering place for over 100 million players, and it was currently under the rule of two tyrants, Divine Hunters and Morning Light. Both were hegemonic powers originating from a higher god's domain, and they had ruled over the city ever since players gained access to the top of two worlds. Now, though, Crying Sea City might be seeing a change of hands. So this is the strength Azura has kept hidden? Daybreak Mist also fell into a daze after coming across this revelation. It was already astonishing that Shurfeng had managed to kill Balrog Heart. The fact that Shurfeng had reached Tier 4 was even more surprising. Daybreak Mist couldn't help but reevaluate her opinion of the Azura Mercenary Alliance. At the same time, she also decided that she would have her adventure team join Azura as soon as she returned. Meanwhile, shortly after Shurfeng left, news of Balrog Heart's death also reached Crying Sea City, the news making waves in the city. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 269, Tier 4 Powerhouse. Chapter 269, Tier 4 Powerhouse 2 World Sea, Crying Sea City. Crying Sea City was one of the few super-large NPC cities present in the two-world sea, and it had become the gathering place of countless powers from the myriad gods' domains. However, out of all these powers, only two guilds had successfully garrisoned Crying Sea City, Divine Hunters and Morning Light. Both guilds possessed a guild residence in the city's central area. Because of this, the two guilds' members could freely teleport into the city via guild transfer scrolls. This situation not only caused the various powers and players to grow envious, but it also established the two guilds' authority in Crying Sea City. As for powers that failed to garrison Crying Sea City, they could only compete for the limited number of temporary guild halls available at the city's Adventurers Association. The guild leader killed Balrog Heart. Su Qianlu, who was resting in her office, was shocked when she heard the report Wu Lingling had just made to her. "Are you sure about this? This matter has already reached the ears of Crying Sea City's various hegemonic powers, so it shouldn't be wrong. Soulfire has also messaged us offline saying that the guild leader is on his way to Crying Sea City," Wu Lingling said excitedly. Because of this, the number of adventure teams looking to join Azura has increased substantially. Everyone thinks that Azura can secure an administrative seat during the upcoming medium shipyard competition. Ships were the basis of survival in the two-world sea. Players couldn't do without ships if they wished to make progress here. However, obtaining ships from NPCs was incredibly difficult and costly. If players wished to acquire a large number of ships at an affordable price, their only option was to construct them at a shipyard. The only problem was that players needed to compete for the administrative rights of the various NPC city shipyards. Every shipyard had a fixed number of administrative seats, and this number would typically range from 2 to 3. So long as a power managed to secure a seat, it could spend materials to mass-produce ships. The advantages and wealth a power could generate through this were self-evident. Meanwhile, powers looking to compete for a shipyard's administrative seats could only send 6 experts to represent them. So, one could imagine how much of an advantage the Azura Mercenary Alliance would have if one of its representatives was a powerhouse capable of defeating the 21st ranked Balrog Heart. Not to mention, the Azura Mercenary Alliance's experts had grown significantly because of all the clashes they've had with the Myriad Worlds experts and the Primordial Towers effect. They've grown so much that Sherfong would probably be surprised when he saw them. With the help of a top 20 God list expert, it was entirely possible for the Azura Mercenary Alliance to secure an administrative seat in the upcoming competition. The guild leader is on his way here? Su Qianliu's expression suddenly changed when she heard Wu Lingling's words. Lingling, notify Hidden Soul and have her bring a team outside the city to meet up with the guild leader immediately. I'll head over with a team as well. What's wrong, Vice Guild Leader? Wu Lingling asked in confusion. The nail that sticks out gets hammered. While contacting some trustworthy core members of Zero Wing in the city, Su Qianlu explained, the various powers in Crying Sea City have only ignored Zero Wing and Azura previously because we were only inconspicuous powers. Even establishing a foothold in the city had taken us a lot of effort. However, now that we've suddenly become a strong contender for Crying Sea City's medium shipyard and there are only a few days left before the medium shipyard competition, how do you think Crying Sea City's various hegemonic powers will react? How will Divine Hunters and Morning Light react? They'll destroy the guild leader? Wu Lingling suddenly felt a chill crawling down her spine, her expression turning somber. Whoever gained control over Crying Sea City's shipyards would gain dominance over the city. Currently, Divine Hunters and Morning Light only held control over Crying Sea City's small shipyard. Even then, they had already become nigh invincible out at sea. They had also gained control over an important vein out at sea. A medium shipyard was capable of manufacturing ships of higher ranking than what a small shipyard could manufacture. If a power managed to secure it, its naval power would definitely skyrocket. Sherfong was the Azura Mercenary Alliance's only hope for winning an administrative seat. So long as the various hegemonic powers could kill Sherfong once, they would have one less competitor in the upcoming medium shipyard competition. That's right. Su Qianlu nodded. The guild leader might have the strength to kill someone as strong as Balrog Heart, but the mysterious energy at sea is incredibly violent. If the various hegemonic powers surround him, it won't be difficult for them to kill him. So, we must meet with the guild leader before the other powers find him. The top of 2 worlds was different from the rest of the miniature ancient world. Players could only communicate via the system if they were within a certain range of each other. At most, this range was enough to cover an entire city. Hence, it was incredibly difficult for players to communicate over long distances. If players wished to do so, offline communication would be the quickest method. However, they evidently couldn't contact Sherfong via offline means now that he had already left for the greater world. So, their only option was to send people to find Sherfong. Search hosted novel for the original. I understand. I'll go and inform Big Sis Soul right away, Wu Lingling said before quickly logging out of the game. Zero Wing might be the heart of the Azura Mercenary Alliance, but the Mercenary Alliance's various teams did not operate in the same area. The quickest way to gather these teams would be to contact them offline. Not long after Su Qianlu and the others began making their move, a figure suddenly got enveloped by a magic barrier in the sky a short distance from Crying Sea City. Subsequently, a fleet of more than 500 advanced ships quickly gathered underneath the barrier. This was a rare sight even in Crying Sea City, and the ships passing by couldn't help but avoid this massive fleet. Damn it, we were too late. When Hidden Soul saw the figure enveloped in the magic barrier, her complexion turned incredibly gloomy. Hidden Soul had rushed back to Crying Sea City as soon as she heard the news from Wu Lingling. She originally thought that she could get in touch with Shifeng first, since friend communication had a much bigger range. Yet, Crying Sea City's various hegemonic powers still managed to get ahead of her. What is the meaning of this? Shifeng asked, a slight frown forming on his face as he looked at the 4 people before him. Shifeng was rather familiar with these 4 people. They were Titan Sword One Step, 100 Beast Florence, Dark Banner Melissa, and Shadow Emperor Convicted. All 4 were famous individuals in the Greater God's domain. At the same time, they were also veteran titled monsters. During their younger days, they were not the slightest bit weaker than the current Balrog Heart. Take Divine Hunter's One Step, for example. Although he was in his 50s now, he was more talented than even Balrog Heart, having received a title from the 7 Luminaries Alliance at the young age of 25. As for why he had received the title of Titan Sword, it was because he possessed the Titan bloodline, an extremely rare bloodline even in the Greater God's domain. It was the bloodline of Titans, an apex race that rivaled dragons. The bloodline granted One Step with strength and physique that was beyond his tier. As for Divine Hunter's Florence, he received his title because of his unique class Beast Illusionist. He could absorb the strength of God's domain's monsters and turn it into his own. The more powerful monsters he defeated, the greater his strength would become. As for Dark Banner Melissa and Shadow Emperor Convicted, both were peerless monsters belonging to Morning Light. When they fought, they were just as strong as One Step and Florence. Among them, Melissa possessed a special legacy that granted her incredible affinity with the water attribute. She would essentially become invincible among opponents of the same tier when fighting out at sea. Although these 4 people didn't have very high levels, all 4 being at level 122 only, the life aura they radiated indicated that they were all bona fide tier 4 players. You must be Zero Wings, Black Flame, right? It seems you have indeed reached tier 4 already. One Step, clad in dark gray plate armor and carrying a great sword that was as tall as he was, said as he looked at Shifeng arrogantly. I am Divine Hunter's One Step. Divine Hunters will only give you 2 options: submit or die. It seems you are quite lucky to be able to reach tier 4 so quickly, Melissa, dressed in a black dress, said as she looked at Shifeng indifferently. If you submit to Morning Light can ensure your safety. Of the 2 people that spoke, one was arrogant while the other was indifferent. However, the meaning their words conveyed was obvious. Submit or die. There was no third option. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 270, 1/Outside the City. Chapter 270, 1/Outside the City. TL Notes. Changes made to Chapter 257. Anomaly - Paragon changes made to Chapter 265. One of 2 little monsters - one of 2 paragons changes made to Chapter 269. Veteran titled monsters - veteran titled paragons. Peerless monsters - peerless paragons. Shortly after Divine Hunters and Morning Light's tier 4 experts appeared. Chaos ensued among the massive fleet of advanced ships gathered beneath them. Damn it! Now that Divine Hunters and Morning Light have taken action simultaneously, our chances of recruiting him are gone. Judging by the auras those 4 are radiating, they've definitely reached tier 4 already. I really did not think Divine Hunters and Morning Light had hidden so much of their strength. It seems we have truly underestimated them. I heard that the city's medium shipyard only has 2 administrative slots. How are we supposed to compete with those 2 guilds now? The various powers making up the massive fleet of advanced ships were greatly shocked when they saw Divine Hunters and Morning Light dispatching a total of 4 tier 4 experts. None of them thought that Divine Hunters and Morning Light had hidden so much of their strength. While the various powers were making a fuss over Divine Hunter's and Morning Light's show of power, a noble-looking lady with long cyan hair and a pair of silver eyes was sipping tea as she observed this situation. Then she looked toward the demi-dragon woman next to her and smiled, saying, "It seems our trip this time wasn't a waste, after all, Maria. Divine Hunters and Morning Light have hidden a lot more strength than what was mentioned in the reports. But it seems they've decided to go big to deal with Black Flame. Moreover, they've even sent One Step and Melissa, out of all people. It's not every day you get to see such a grand occasion. You're still in the mood for jokes, Auntie? Your niece has already wagered all of her resources into Abyssal Star City. If Zero Wings suffers a massive setback here, it'll definitely affect Abyssal Star City." Maria, who was clad in silver armor, complained, "Are you just going to watch as your cute and obedient little niece suffers? When an ordinary expert killed a player, the player in question would typically only lose one level. However, experts of One Step and Melissa's caliber could inflict heavy damage to the souls of the players they killed. They could accomplish this even if they were only at Tier 4 right now. Meanwhile, not only would the players they kill lose several levels, but these players would also have their souls remain weakened for around half a month. During this period, they'd be utterly useless in combat. They were currently at the crucial exploration phase of the Two-World Sea. Being rendered useless for half a month was a fate worse than death. It was especially true for a Tier 4 player. It's his fault for not keeping a low profile. He shouldn't have killed Balrog Heart in just one move. Balrog Heart's strength is already the ceiling for Tier 3 players. There are only two types of people who can possibly kill him with one move. The first type would be the God list's top 10 monsters or someone of their standards, while the second type would be Tier 4 experts. Experts of those top 10 monsters caliber are exceedingly rare, and you'd be hard-pressed to find even one such expert in an elementary God's domain. So, the only logical explanation would be that Black Flame has reached Tier 4, Favre said before pausing to take a sip of tea. Then she continued, "Currently, even one Tier 4 player is enough to affect a naval city's status quo. Divine Hunters and Morning Light naturally won't sit by and watch another power rising up to match them. Had Black Flame spent some time killing Balrog Heart, Divine Hunters and Morning Light might have made a response, but they would have never mobilized One Step and Melissa. Even the God list's top 10 monsters will have trouble escaping from such a lineup. Can't you help him, Auntie?" Maria asked as she looked at Favre hopefully and anxiously. "Not now," Favre said, shaking her head. Then she looked up at the sky and continued, "As a fourth-floor expert, Black Flame can definitely hold his ground for some time. He'll have a greater chance of escaping if I act when they are busy fighting." Maria felt relieved when she heard Favre's answer. Titan Sword, One Step, and Dark Banner Melissa were paragons of an older generation. However, her Aunt Favre was also a paragon of the same generation. Moreover, her Aunt Favre had achieved massive improvements in recent years. It was just that her Aunt Favre mainly operated solo, so few people actually knew about her true strength. At this point, her Aunt Favre should be just as strong as the God-ranked expert list's top 10 monsters. Although her Aunt Favre would not be able to defeat the joint force of One Step, Melissa, and 2 other Tier 4 experts, she should have no trouble helping Black Flame escape. While Maria and Favre were talking, the atmosphere in the sky suddenly changed, and many people on the sea subconsciously shuddered. "You refuse." One Step's arrogant expression instantly turned cold, the runes on his epic armor suddenly glowing and causing the surrounding space to tremble. "You impertinent brat. It seems you are tired of living." 1. As soon as One Step finished speaking, the pitch-black great sword on his back disappeared and reappeared above Shurfeng's head. One Step had drawn his weapon and executed his attack so swiftly that the spectators below could only see a black flash appearing briefly in the sky. Moreover, One Step's attack was incredibly discreet, not creating any sound or spatial fluctuations throughout the entire process. Yet his attack carried enough power to compress the space around Shifeng, making it difficult for Shifeng to move his body. Meanwhile, in response to this sudden attack, Shifeng drew his sword to block it. What an interesting kid. It's a pity his career is over after this, Melissa thought. When she saw the attack one step executed, she got ready to turn around and leave, not planning to waste any more time here. It might seem like one Flash had only executed one slash, but he had, in fact, executed multiple slashes. It was just that these slashes had combined to create the illusion of an arc of light that descended toward Shifeng. Black Moon. It was an advanced silver combat technique, and it was also One Step's trademark move. When combined with his fragmented legendary greatsword, he could heavily injure even a superior mythic monster of the same level. Even a Tier 4 metric tons would die on the spot if they tried to receive this attack without activating any life-saving skills, much less a Tier 4 swordsman. So, when Melissa saw Shifeng trying to block One Step's attack, she could already foresee what would happen. Boom! A loud explosion shook the battlefield, the intense shockwaves causing the sky to shatter. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, two figures appeared in their sight as the world rapidly worked to mend the shattered sky. Both figures remained standing proudly amidst the sky of spatial fissures. He didn't die? Melissa and the other spectators were greatly confused when they saw Shifeng alive and healthy. Unlike what they expected, not only did Shifeng not die, but he didn't even receive any damage from blocking One Step's attack. However, compared to Melissa and the others, One Step felt an even greater shock. This was because when his great sword clashed with Shifeng's long sword, he felt as if he had struck an impenetrable wall. His arms had even gone numb from the reactionary force. Did he use an invulnerability skill? This was the first thought that came to One Step's mind. However, he quickly denied this thought. Invulnerability skills only prevented players from taking damage. It wouldn't mitigate the force of an impact, much less turn players into an impenetrable wall. If Shifeng didn't have enough strength to block his attack, he would still be sent flying, even if he used an invulnerability skill. However, before One Step could figure out what had happened, Shifeng leisurely said, "Since you've made your move, it's my turn now." TL notes: 1. You refuse? FYI, there is no missing translation before this part. The Ross never described Shifeng refusing, so the refusal must have happened while the story's perspective was changed to Maria and Favre. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 271, Twilight of the Gods. Chapter 271, Twilight of the Gods. TL notes: changed convicted to convict. You're strong, kid, I'll give you that. But do you think this is over? One Step might have felt surprised when he saw Shifeng blocking his attack without using an invulnerability skill, but his calm expression remained unfazed. Before One Step had even finished his words, a figure suddenly appeared behind Shifeng. This figure belonged to none other than 100 Beast Florence, a hulking man over 2 meters tall and clad in beast leather. At this time, Florence's eyes had turned blood red, and the phantom of a 50-meter tall golden lion had formed around him. The aura the golden lion radiated was stronger than the aura of level 122 superior mythic monsters. Immediately afterward, the golden lion swung its claws at Shifeng, the razor-sharp appendages the size of houses. The claws were so large that they covered even One Step in their attack range. Indeed, the instant One Step had made his move against Shifeng, Florence had also gone into action. So, even if One Step's attack failed to kill Shifeng, Florence would finish the job. However, before Florence's attack could connect, a black-clad figure suddenly appeared on Shifeng's other side. Then, the crimson short sword this black-clad figure wielded transformed into several dozen streaks of crimson light that struck Shifeng from his blind spots. Convict! Mind your own damn business. Florence cursed when he saw the black-clad figure. The timing and angle of Shadow Emperor Convict's attacks were perfectly on point. He chose to attack the moment Sherfong had lifted his head to look at Florence's golden lion. A sneak attack of such caliber was something even one step would fail to react to should he be the target. However, before Florence's cursing could even reach Convict's ears, the Shadow Emperor coldly said, "Nobody is allowed to live after refusing morning light." Repentance. This was Convict's ultimate move. The 41 strikes Convict executed with this combat technique were like laser beams, their speed exceeding the speed of sound and the limit of a Tier 4 player's reaction speed. Only someone like Convict, gifted with extraordinary nervous reactions, could execute such a move. Just when the 41 sword lights and the golden lion's gigantic claws were about to land on Sherfong, a second sword suddenly appeared in Sherfang's left hand. Break! After letting out a low shout, Sherfong brandished his two swords and shrouded himself in a galaxy of stars. Whether it was the golden lion's claws or the crimson sword lights, both had their advance halted when they came into contact with these stars. Unlike the previous clash between One Step and Sherfong, the clash of attacks this time generated hardly any shockwaves. Instead, only the sound of metal ringing could be heard echoing continuously across the sky. When Florence and Convict eventually concluded their attacks, their expressions turned solemn. An uproar also occurred among the various powers underneath when they saw the outcome of this exchange. After all, Sherfong had successfully held his ground against 100 Beast Florence and Shadow Emperor Convict simultaneously. Such an accomplishment was enough to put him into the top 10 ranks of the God-ranked expert list. Who is this kid? How did he manage to deflect all of my attacks? Convict's eyes no longer contained his previous coldness when he looked at Sherfong. Instead, taking its place was a trace of fear. Ever since he had risen to fame, Convict rarely met anyone who could match him in attack speed at the same tier. This was the case even among titled experts. Yet, Sherfong had not only matched his attack speed, but also deflected all of his attacks. This was a situation he had never encountered before. "I'm afraid the four of us will have to work together to take down this kid," Florence said, a grim look on his face. From an outsider's perspective, it might seem like Sherfong had fought the two of them to a standstill. However, as someone who had clashed with Sherfong, Florence could tell that none of his attacks had managed to threaten Sherfong. This situation was completely different from what they imagined. They had severely underestimated Sherfong, thinking he had only relied on his advantage in tiers to overwhelm Balrog Hart. Melissa, who had originally planned to leave, sighed as she looked at Sherfong. Then she said, "Although I don't want to, I guess we have no better choice. If Divine Hunters and Morning Light failed to kill Sherfong even after mobilizing 4 Tier 4 experts, their 2 guilds would definitely become a laughingstock in Crying Sea City." However, the strength Sherfong had just displayed showed that he was in no way inferior to the God-ranked expert list's top 10 monsters. If they wanted to kill Sherfong, their only option was for all 4 of them to work together. Otherwise, neither Divine Hunters nor Morning Light should consider killing Sherfong. As soon as Melissa nodded in agreement, One Step, Florence, and Shadow Emperor promptly got ready to use their respective specialties. Meanwhile, when Favre noticed the scene from down below, her expression turned serious as she promptly picked up the silver staff resting against her chair. "Are those 4 planning to attack together?" "How can this be?" Hidden Soul and the others also despaired when they saw the situation. For Tier 4 titled experts, the combat power of such a lineup was definitely at the miniature ancient world's very apex. Even a monster as strong as Sherfong would have no chance of surviving against such a lineup. However, before Hidden Soul and the others could recover from their despair and make a response, the 4 titled experts in the sky made their move. One Step brandished his greatsword after activating his Tier 4 Legacy skill Titan's Wrath, the skill increasing his strength attribute to the Tier 5 standard. Now, whenever he swung his greatsword, even the Tier 3 players down below found themselves immobilized by the compressed space around them. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion Florence had transformed and released an angry roar, its size doubling. Then, the Golden Lion used the Tier 4 legacy skill Golden Roar at Sherfong, the skill's activation dyeing the sky in a golden hue. As for Convict, he used his Tier 4 legacy skill Shadow Extermination, instantly splitting into over 100 doppelgangers that flickered around and attacked Sherfong from all directions. Lastly, Melissa raised the sky-blue flag she wielded, causing the sea surface within a 1,000-yard radius to rise like an awakened beast and directing this beast to devour Sherfong. When these 4 people took action, the scene they created looked nothing like a battle between players, but rather an epic war in ancient mythology instead. The sheer power these 4 people's attacks radiated caused the various powers' young talents to feel as if death had come to greet them. The power of these attacks was so overwhelming that it made even Favre, who had thought of moving to save Sherfong, feel powerless. Yet, when faced with these seemingly apocalyptic attacks, Sherfong did not choose to dodge them. Instead, he simply sheathed Blasphemer and raised the Winter of Eternal Night with both hands. Then, he swung the sword at the space in front of him. Second sword, Holy Devour. This would be the first time Sherfong had executed Holy Devour with all of his strength after becoming a Tier 4 Sword Law Saint. The Holy Annihilation Mana Technique was the Heavenly Blue Saint's greatest achievement. The Mana Technique could unleash power capable of overwhelming even Tier 6 gods. The technique was divided into 3 parts, each with a greater usage requirement than the other. Out of the 3 parts, first sword, Light Shadow, could only barely be used at Tier 3. As for second sword, Holy Devour, it wasn't something a Tier 3 player could use. As for why Sherfong could use Holy Devour when he was at Tier 3, it was because he had thoroughly mastered the Holy Annihilation Mana Technique. Even so, he could never unleash Holy Devour's true strength. Even when he was going up against Tia Polina, the 8-winged Valkyrie, the Holy Devours he executed were incomplete. However, now that he had reached Tier 4, he had barely met the requirement to execute the complete Holy Devour. Subsequently, as soon as Sherfong swung his sword, mana within a 1,000-yard radius of him exploded and ignited into flames, transforming the sky into a sea of flames. At the same time, the attacks of One Step, Florence, Convict, and Melissa were reduced to nothing by this sea of flames. As for the attackers themselves, all 4 of them were sent flying over 100 yards away, their HP falling by over 1/3. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 272, The True Way of Using Holy Devour. Chapter 272, The True Way of Using Holy Devour. I'm no match for him in a frontal clash? One Step couldn't help but be shocked and confused as he looked at his trembling hands. The Titans were a race known for having incomparable strength. Even dragons were inferior to Titans when it came to strength. Logically, the combination of his Titan bloodline, Dragon Blade, and Tier 4 legacy skill Titan's Wrath should allow him to damage even a Tier 5 monster in a frontal clash. Yet the strength One Step prided himself in had actually lost to Sherfong. At this moment, One Step wasn't the only one confused by this outcome. Everyone else present was in a similar situation. The combat power One Step, Florence, Convict, and Melissa had displayed was sufficient to destroy even an entire city. Their combat power definitely ranked at the apex of the current miniature ancient world. Yet, the 4 were no match for Sherfong even after joining forces. They had even lost over 1/3 of their HP. The strength Sherfong displayed was no longer just terrifying. It was simply incomprehensible. The only person unsurprised by this situation was Sherfong himself. It was true that One Step and the others possessed combat power at the apex of Tier 4. However, it should be known that Sherfong was equipped with the Blazing Flame set, which granted basic attributes equivalent to a level 135 Dark Gold equipment set. In comparison, While One Step and the others might be equipped with epic equipment sets, their sets only granted a level 1, 22 epic equipment sets, basic attributes. A gap of 13 levels wasn't something that could be overcome by just a difference of 1 rank. Search hosted novel for the original. Not to mention, when Sherfong completed his promotion and became a Tier 4 Sword Law Saint, the basic attributes he received as a reward was significantly greater than other classes. So, even if One Step and the others worked together, there was no way they could gain an advantage over Sherfang's Holy Devour. A mana technique. It's a saint-ranked mana technique. Melissa said as she wiped the blood that had flowed down the corner of her mouth, a trace of fear appearing in her eyes when she looked at Sherfong. Moreover, it's a perfectly mastered saint-ranked mana technique. This is really bad. Saint-ranked mana techniques were extremely rare even in the greater gods domain. Their rarity not the slightest bit lower than gold combat techniques. Meanwhile, every expert she knew who had managed to perfectly master a saint-ranked mana technique held the position of honorary elder in the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Unlike gold combat techniques, while saint-ranked mana techniques did not grant players an instant boost in combat power, it had the advantage of being able to grow stronger as players reached higher tiers. By the time players reached Tier 6, they could defeat even Tier 6 gods with a perfectly mastered saint-ranked mana technique. Although Sherfong was only at Tier 4 right now, he was still a tricky opponent nonetheless. So what if it's a saint-ranked mana technique? Florence glared at Sherfong. Then he spoke to the other 3 through a private channel. We might not be a match for him in a frontal clash, but we can whittle him down. Using a saint-ranked mana technique is incredibly taxing. How many times do you think he can use it? Sherfong indeed deserved to be called a monster if he could perfectly master a saint-ranked mana technique. However, Sherfong was currently only a Tier 4 player. In a situation where stamina and concentration were limited, Sherfong could only use his saint-ranked mana technique a few times. If he couldn't kill all 4 of them in one move, they could easily whittle him down and kill him. It seems that's our only option. I'll block his attacks while you guys find opportunities to strike, Melissa said before starting to chant an incantation. Immediately, gigantic serpents measuring over 1,000 meters in length emerged from the surrounding sea, their appearance instantly dwarfing Florence's golden lion. The other 3 nodded. Then they each took out a master regeneration potion from their bags, drank it, and went into action. Dark Banner Melissa was known to be invincible at sea because of her nigh impeccable defensive capabilities. Moreover, so long as she was at a place with dense watertight mana, she could recover her HP, mana, stamina, and concentration rapidly. So long as she didn't get killed instantly, she could quickly make a full recovery and whittle down any player of the same tier. Do you really think you can outlast me? Sherfong remained calm even after seeing that his opponents did not intend to duke it out with him. He could tell what was going through the minds of these 4 players. There was a basic guideline for players on what to do should they come across an expert who had perfectly mastered a saint-ranked mana technique as an opponent, flee, or drag out the battle. Sherfong had come across many opponents who had tried the latter option against him during his previous life. Their strategy was always the same: to kite him with ranged attacks. They would never try to fight him at close range. After saying so, Sherfong held the winter of eternal night horizontally before him. Subsequently, 9 frost swords appeared next to One Step and the others and promptly lashed out at them. Swords orbit. Each frost sword carried 120% of Sherfang's strength. Sherfong originally had greater strength than One Step and the others already. So the 4 had to go all out just to block even 1 frost sword. When faced with the attacks of 2 frost swords simultaneously, One Step and the others didn't even have the time to breathe. Even Melissa, who possessed nigh impeccable defensive capabilities, could only focus all her attention on blocking the 3 frost swords attacking her. She did not have any spare energy to focus on Sherfong. For a time apart from Melissa, One step and the others started to get pushed back one time after another, their HP rapidly decreasing. Damn it! How is his strength so high? Florence cursed. Whenever he clashed with Shurfeng's frost swords, the phantom of the Golden Lion he summoned would darken slightly. Not only did the Golden Lion's massive body not bring him any advantages, but it was even holding him back now as it gave Shurfeng a bigger target to strike. While Florence was in the midst of blocking a frost sword, Shurfeng suddenly appeared within 50 yards of him and swung his longsword. Holy Devour! Crimson flames covered the sky once more. Even though Florence had responded to Shurfeng's attack immediately by doubling his defense and HP with a life-saving skill, he still lost 1/5 of his HP to the attack. Thank goodness I blocked it. Florence sighed in relief when he saw that he was still alive. However, before Florence could distance himself from Shurfeng, another tide of flames assaulted him. Upon seeing this, he instinctively raised the Golden Lion's paws to defend himself. Boom! Florence was sent flying over a dozen yards, backward this time. However, before he could even stabilize his posture, a third flame pillar came at him again. Fuck! What is going on here? Florence was stupefied when he saw the third fiery tidal wave approaching him. Unfortunately, even though Florence had executed a defensive combat technique to block this third attack, he failed to execute the technique perfectly due to his unstable posture. As a result, when the tide of flames devoured him, he instantly lost all of his remaining HP. 3 times. Shurfeng had used Holy Devour 3 times consecutively. He did not rest for even a moment in between these 3 executions. It was as if the mana technique did not cost him anything to execute, and he used it as casually as if he were using an ordinary combat technique. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 273, Horror. Chapter 273, Horror 3. He used 3 Saint Mana techniques in a row. Is he a monster? Melissa, desperately defending herself against the 3 frost swords attacking her, couldn't believe what she had just seen. She was a magical class player who had perfectly mastered 10 mana techniques, so she had a great understanding of mana techniques. Even an advanced mana technique would put a significant toll on a Tier 4 player's concentration, let alone a Saint Mana technique. If a Tier 4 player were to use a Saint Mana technique, not only would they deplete a significant portion of their concentration, but they would also fall into a fatigued state for a short time. In this fatigued state, even focusing their mind would be a difficult task, let alone executing 2 more saint-ranked mana techniques consecutively. The information we got is completely wrong. One Step's eyes twitched when he saw Florence's vanishing corpse. According to their intelligence report, Black Flame should only be an ordinary 4th floor expert. The only reason he managed to kill Balrog Heart was that he had gotten promoted to Tier 4. However, the strength Shurfeng had just displayed was not something an ordinary 4th floor expert could have. Shurfeng was practically a monster. Even One Step doubted he could survive the 3 consecutive attacks Shurfeng had used against Florence. It should be known that Florence would gain HP and defense, surpassing even MTs of the same tier when he went into his Golden Lion form. After activating his Tier 4 life-saving skill, his HP would instantly exceed 10 million. Even if he simply stood still and did nothing, a berserker of the same tier would need some time to kill him. Although One Step was a berserker, he was only superior to Florence when it came to strength and speed. When it came to taking damage, he was nowhere near as durable as Florence. That's 1 down. After collecting the loot Florence dropped, Shurfeng turned his gaze to One Step and Convict, saying, "You too are next." As a Saint Mana technique, Holy Devour indeed cost a lot of concentration to use. However, after Shurfeng became a Tier 4 Sword Law Saint, his concentration underwent a qualitative transformation. Now his concentration neared the Tier 5 standard already. Hence, he could use Holy Devour multiple times in a row. Moreover, 3 times wasn't his limit yet. According to his estimates, he should only reach his limit after executing 5 Holy Devours consecutively. Do you think you still have a chance to kill us? One Step said after taking a deep breath, his voice still as confident as before. We've seen your trump card already, but you still don't know what our trump cards are. However, we do not wish to use our trump cards for no reason. Since you've killed Florence already, how about we leave it at that? I agree, Convict said in conjunction. We've already seen your strength, Guild Leader Black Flame. You won't be able to kill us even if you try, so we should just stop for today. If we fight, we will only be giving the other powers an advantage. Shifeng's ability to execute 3 Saint Mana techniques consecutively was indeed astonishing. However, Shifeng could only kill them under the precondition that they didn't know about this ability. Now that they knew what to expect of Shifeng, it would become extremely difficult for Shifeng to kill them. After all, they had their own trump cards. It was just that they didn't wish to use these trump cards. However, so long as they used their trump cards, Shifeng could do nothing against them. On the contrary, they might even have a chance of killing Shifeng. However, they prepared to use these trump cards for the medium shipyard competition later. If they used them now, the other hegemonic powers would definitely come up with a counter. How funny. You were the ones who attacked me first, yet you are saying that we should stop fighting now. Shifeng laughed. Do you think I'm some kind of pushover? Don't go too far, Black Flame. You might be strong, but you're not invincible. One Step coldly said, if we disregard all costs and attack you, you won't be getting away easily. It'll also be impossible for you to kill us. Let me see what kind of ability you people have then. Shifeng said, chuckling before manipulating his frost swords to attack once more. With Florence out of the way, One Step and Convict had to face 3 frost swords simultaneously. A sword's orbit executed by 3 frost swords simply wasn't something the two could defend against, so their HP quickly fell. One Step's and Convict's HP fell below the 30% mark in less than 5 seconds. Even a master regeneration potion wasn't enough to help them mitigate the incoming damage. Eventually, One Step took a deep breath and signaled Convict with his eyes. Then he glared at Shifeng and bellowed, Black Flame, you forced our hand. As soon as One Step finished speaking, his body suddenly expanded into a 10-meter tall giant, and a demonic glow enveloped his body. In addition, the aura he exuded was so powerful that it had started to destabilize the space around him. Tier 4 Legacy Skill, Titan Awakening. All basic attributes increased by 200%. Since you've made me use this move, don't even think of leaving this place alive today. Immediately, One Step brandished his greatsword, which had similarly been enlarged to have a 10-meter long blade, knocking away all 6 frost swords over 100 yards away with just 2 sword lights. Then he appeared within 100 yards of Shifeng and sent over a dozen sword lights flying at Shifeng, thoroughly sealing all of Shifeng's escape routes. As for Convict, he quietly observed the exchange. His plan was to fight a battle of attrition with Shifeng, so he decided to let One Step attack Shifeng without him for now. If One Step could finish Shifeng off, great. If not, he would strike when Shifeng was exhausted. Is this all you have? Shifeng couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the sword lights attacking him and sealing his escape routes. Then the winter of eternal night he wielded suddenly transformed into a stream of energy that flowed into his body. Godslayer. Immediately, Shifeng's mana and concentration increased to an unprecedented height. At the same time, his naturally formed mana domain also transformed, and a miniature world began to expand with him at the center. Halt! As soon as Shifeng spoke, the sword lights approaching him abruptly stopped, and the energy used to compose them vanished without a trace. In addition, before anyone realized it, Shifeng had already appeared in front of One Step and grabbed the blade of One Step's great sword with his right hand. Not only did the great sword lose all of its ability to move, but it didn't even manage to reduce Shifeng's HP by 1 point. For a time, both One Step and Convict were stupefied. At the same time, a look of horror also gradually appeared on their faces. World Creation. I am possible. Melissa, still busy defending herself against Shifeng's frost swords, uttered these words under her breath in shock and disbelief. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 274, Consecutive Falls. Chapter 274. Consecutive falls. This is spatial imprisonment. When Convict noticed the space surrounding him had become frozen solid and saw Shifeng grabbing One Step's enlarged greatsword with one hand, his expression turned incredibly grave. World Creation. One Step was one of Divine Hunter's veteran paragons. Although he no longer had the legendary weapon and equipment he used in the Greater God's domain, he could still unleash tremendous strength when he went all out. Even at Tier 4, with the help of his Titan bloodline and swordsmanship, he could hold his ground against Tier 5 monsters of the same level. Tier 5 monsters. These existences were leagues above Tier 4 mythic monsters. They were moving disasters capable of single-handedly destroying an entire kingdom, and not even a force of several Tier 5 players would be enough to kill a Tier 5 monster. So, one could easily imagine how powerful One Step was after going all out to be able to hold his ground against a Tier 5 monster. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was unrivaled among Tier 4 players when it came to frontal confrontations. This was also why Divine Hunters had chosen to let One Step get promoted to Tier 4 first instead of Balrog Heart. Previously, if anyone were to tell Convict that someone could receive One Step's all-out attack with their bare hands, he would definitely think that this person was high. But now, such a scene had taken place before his very eyes. In Convict's mind, the only thing that could allow a player to accomplish such an absurd feat was World Creation's spatial imprisonment ability. However, World Creation logically shouldn't be something Tier 4 players could achieve. Even among Tier 5 players, World Creation was something that could only be achieved by paragons who had mastered mana to an incredibly high standard. This was because World Creation was the act of subliming one's mana domain into a miniature world, transforming the space that one's mana covered into one's own world. Meanwhile, within this world, be it space or mana, everything would be subjected to the caster's will. An example would be the current situation. Even though Convict was surrounded by air, he felt as if he was trapped within a block of metal. The ambient mana that he could previously use to his favor had also become a poison that constantly tried to invade and erode his body. In this situation, he had no choice but to focus a significant portion of his own mana on defending against the invading mana. Otherwise, his body would get eroded and ruined in no time. Meanwhile, when One Step saw Shifeng looking at him with a smile, he subconsciously shuddered and hurriedly shouted to his 2 allies in the distance, "Convict Melissa! Attack! Otherwise, none of us will leave here alive." Shifeng's strength had completely exceeded their imaginations. Any Tier 5 player capable of grasping World Creation would be invincible under Tier 6. Although Shifeng was only at Tier 4 right now, One Step did not think, even for a moment, that he could face Shifeng in a frontal confrontation. It was just like the current situation. So long as Shifeng wanted to, he could suppress him with just a thought. Even his berserk skill would be rendered useless. Currently, their only hope of escaping with their lives was to split Shifeng's attention. World Creation's spatial imprisonment was incredibly taxing to maintain. It might be fine if it was used against only one opponent, but against multiple players, a World Creation expert would have no choice but to weaken the spatial imprisonment they placed on each target. Otherwise, their mind would have trouble keeping up, and they would leave themselves open to attacks. Meanwhile, the average World Creation expert could only exhibit a thorough spatial imprisonment when going up against one opponent. If they wanted to suppress 2 or more targets, the the power of their spatial imprisonment would grow weaker and weaker. We are hosted novel. Find us on Google. Of course, even the natural suppression effect of world creation wasn't something the average Tier 4 experts could resist. A Tier 4 expert would need to have Tier 5 combat power, at the very least, to fight normally. Meanwhile, the scene of One Step calling for help stunned not only the various powers on the sea, but also Melissa, who had already planned to conduct a rescue even before One Step's call for help. Nobody thought that One Step, a representative of Divine Hunters, would ask Shadow Emperor Convict and Dark Banner Melissa for help. It should be known that Divine Hunters and Morning Light were rivals. Previously, it was precisely because One Step worried that he would get backstabbed by Morning Light's duo that he had kept his guard up around the two and chose to clash with Sherfong without their help. Yet now, One Step had seemingly stopped caring about this concern. He had even planned to execute a pincer attack with Convict and Melissa. Not even the top 10 experts on the God-ranked expert list had received such treatment from One Step before. It seems we cannot hold back anymore. Convict took a deep breath when he saw that Sherfong remained unscathed even until this moment. Melissa, we'll attack together. It seems that's our only option, Melissa said, sighing as she put away her flag with a pained expression. I originally planned to save this for the God list's top 10 monsters. I never thought I would use it on an unknown expert. What a loss this is. When Melissa finished speaking, a golden bone spear appeared in her hands. Immediately afterward, mana began congregating around Melissa, Sherfang's spatial imprisonment having no effect on her whatsoever. Then, in the blink of an eye, an army of fully armed NPCs appeared around Melissa. Every one of these NPCs was at level 125, Tier 4. These NPCs numbered 100, and they wore standardized equipment sets that joined together to form a complex battle array. Under the effects of this battle array, these Tier 4 NPCs became immune to the suppression of Sherfang's world creation. While the army of Tier 4 NPCs was flying toward Sherfang, Convict, wielding his two short swords, transformed into an untouchable shadow that appeared behind Sherfang in the blink of an eye. As for One Step, not willing to be overshadowed, put greater strength into his arms and shook away Sherfang's hand that was holding onto his greatsword. Then he promptly brandished his weapon and swung 3 black moons at Sherfang. The power of the black moons was so great that not even Sherfang's world creation could influence them. This scene caused the various powers members watching from the sea's surface to gasp. So, these are Divine Hunters and Morning Light's apex combatants. The strength One Step, Convict, and Melissa were currently displaying greatly shocked even the various hegemonic powers titled experts. Even an NPC city would crumble in the face of such might, let alone a single Tier 4 player. Interesting. I didn't think you three still had more cards to use. Sherfang chuckled when he saw the trio before him increasing their strength even further. Then, without any foreshadowing, he abruptly executed a horizontal slash at his surroundings with the winter of eternal night. Third sword, Holy Annihilation. This was the final move of the Holy Annihilation mana technique. Usually, it wasn't a technique that could be used at Tier 4. However, under the strengthening effect of Godslayer, Sherfang could use this move normally now. At this moment, be it One Step, Convict, Melissa, or the spectating players down below, everyone felt as if time had stopped, none capable of moving their bodies. The only thing that remained in motion was Sherfang's Winter of Eternal Night. Subsequently, when Sherfang's Winter of Eternal Night came into contact with One Step's 3 black moons, the black moons split apart as if they were made of paper. Then, Sherfang's sword passed through One Step's gigantic body and Convict's incorporeal body. Meanwhile, all One Step and Convict could do was watch all this happen. When Sherfang completed his slash, time began moving normally again. At the same time, Titan Sword One Step's and Shadow Emperor Convict's bodies split into 2 halves that fell into the sea down below. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 275, Crying Sea City Shocked. Chapter 275, Crying Sea City Shocked They're Dead? When one steps and convicts' corpses fell into the sea, Melissa momentarily forgot to command her NPC army, the corners of her eyes trembling slightly as she looked at Sherfong in horror. Indeed, Melissa, a veteran paragon of morning light and an existence standing at the top of the greater god's domain, was currently experiencing fear. After all, how could she not be afraid? Strong as One Step and Convict were, the two of them together had fallen to just one slash from Sherfong. For a moment, Melissa couldn't help but wonder if Sherfong truly was just a Tier 4 player. Before Melissa could recover from her shock, she saw Sherfong collecting the items One Step and Convict dropped and appearing within 100 yards of her. Despite 100 Tier 4 NPCs guarding Melissa, Sherfong behaved as if these NPCs did not exist as he calmly said to Melissa, "You're the only one left. You should reveal whatever cards you have left. I know this isn't all you have." Melissa was different from the 3 experts he had just defeated. During his previous life, the other 3 experts' highest achievement was becoming titled experts. Melissa, on the other hand, had been conferred the position of Grand Elder in the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Even her title at that time was different from her current title. Immortal Queen. This was Melissa's true title. And the reason for this title was because not once had Melissa died an actual death in God's domain. When she heard Sherfang's words, Melissa's fear instantly turned into surprise. Then, after taking a deep breath, she looked at Sherfang and said, "You're a really terrifying person. You've never let your guard down in the slightest. You still have your full attention on me, even until this very moment. Why? Do you not think you are worthy of this attention?" Sherfang, the number of people conferred with the position of Grand Elder in the 7 Luminaries Alliance, did not even reach double digits. Every one of these existences was a monster among monsters, and not even Apex powers would dare to offend them. Although Melissa was only a titled expert currently and had even entered the miniature ancient world, her true strength definitely wasn't limited to what she had shown thus far. Otherwise, she couldn't have become Morning Light's 3rd Vice Guild leader at such a young age. If one were to compare the performances of Shadow Emperor Convict and Melissa during this battle, Convict would be in no way inferior to Melissa. Yet, Convict was only the commander of a trump card legion in Morning Light. It was also the case with Titan Sword One Step, his position in Divine Hunters being only that of a trump card legion's commander. Hence, Melissa absolutely wasn't as simple as she portrayed herself. "Although I don't know how you noticed it, I will be withdrawing for today," Melissa said after taking a deep breath. Before anyone realized it, a stone covered in divine runes had appeared in her hand. Then she crushed the stone, which, in turn, caused her body to begin fading out of existence in front of everyone's eyes. But do not think you can establish a foothold in Crying Sea City just because you've defeated the 4 of us. What you've done today is simply incite us even further. You have no idea what kind of existences you have offended." Sherfang looked at Melissa's fading figure. Then he faintly smiled and said, "We'll see about that." He dared to challenge even Apex powers during his previous life, let alone the current Divine Hunters and Morning Light. After Melissa disappeared, it took a while for the various powers experts down below to react. She fled. She withdrew just like that. When everyone looked at the vanishing NPC army, they felt like they were in a dream. They simply couldn't understand why Melissa had chosen to run away. After all, if Melissa chose to fight, she wasn't without a chance of killing Sherfang. It should be known that Melissa had an army of 100 Tier 4 NPCs at her command. Moreover, these NPCs were empowered by a battle array. Even if Sherfang had the ability to kill One Step and Convict in a single move, his chances of winning against 100 Tier 4 NPCs wouldn't be very high. After all, NPCs weren't players. They had much more HP than players. They also possessed many more Tier 4 skills and spells than players. A force of 100 Tier 4 NPCs was enough to slay even Tier 5 monsters. Facing the encirclement of 100 Tier 4 NPCs, even Sherfong would need to kill Melissa as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be whittled down and killed by the NPCs. In addition, Melissa was known to be invincible at sea. She would be a troublesome foe for anyone incapable of killing her instantly. So, the odds of winning should be evenly split between the two. It simply didn't make sense for Melissa to withdraw so soon. Melissa is still as mysterious as always, Favre thought when she saw Melissa disappearing. Then, she looked at Sherfong, a hint of curiosity appearing in her eyes as she wondered, could Black Flame still have more strength hidden? Favre would be lying if she said she wasn't shocked by Sherfeng's accomplishment. Sherfong had faced 4 titled experts simultaneously. Yet he had emerged victorious, killing 3 of his 4 opponents and scaring the last one into fleeing. Moreover, he had even killed 2 veteran paragons in a single move. However, Favre understood Melissa very well. Melissa had always been an incredibly mysterious person. Nobody had ever seen Melissa dying before. She had survived even when she went against a Tier 6 god as a Tier 5 player in the Greater God's domain. Yet, even though her current opponent was only a Tier 4 player, Melissa had chosen to flee without putting up a fight. This was very uncharacteristic of Melissa. The only explanation Favre could think of was that Melissa had noticed something that left her with no choice but to escape. While the various powers were left puzzled by this outcome, Hidden Soul Lu Wuxing and the other members of Azura grew ecstatic over this situation. He won. Guild Leader Black Flame is amazing. He killed 3 out of 4 of Divine Hunters and Morning Light's Tier 4 experts. This is going to be a huge loss for the 2 guilds. With this, our mercenary alliance will have a real chance at securing Crying Sea City's medium shipyard. Previously, the Azura Mercenary Alliance could only barely survive in Crying Sea City. The Mercenary Alliance simply could not compete with the myriad world superpowers, let alone the hegemonic powers. However, now that Sherfong had shown himself strong enough to win against 4 of Divine Hunters and Morning Light's Tier 4 experts, the Azura Mercenary Alliance would likely secure an administrative spot in Crying Sea City's medium shipyard. Then, with the advanced ships that could be created through the medium shipyard, Azura could quickly make up for its lack of capable experts out at sea. Moreover, with the Primordial Tower's training effect, the Azura Mercenary Alliance would definitely grow stronger as a whole as time passed. Combined with the medium shipyard, it would only be a matter of time before Azura became a hegemonic power in the miniature ancient world. This was something not even the 5 great super guilds would dare to dream of accomplishing. News of Divine Hunters and Morning Light's encirclement failing quickly spread throughout Crying Sea City and caused an uproar. Nobody thought the city's top 2 guilds would be hiding Tier 4 experts. Even more surprising was that these 4 Tier 4 titled experts had suffered a miserable defeat at the hands of an expert hardly anybody knew about. In no time, the name of Black Flame became known by everyone in Crying Sea City. The myriad world's various powers began frantically looking into Black Flame's identity to try and understand his past. Not even Zero Wing was spared from their investigations. While the myriad world's powers were investigating Black Flame and Zero Wing, on a large floating island in the real world, an impromptu meeting was being held in the top-floor conference room of the Green God Corporation's main headquarters. At this time, a young beauty looking to be in her early 20s cautiously looked toward the young woman sitting at the head of the conference table and said, "Vice President, according to our latest information, Zero Wing's Black Flame has killed 3 of Divine Hunters and Morning Light's Tier 4 titled experts, and it is very likely that the Azura Mercenary Alliance will secure a spot in Crying Sea City's medium shipyard in the future. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 276, God List Rankings. Chapter 276, God List Rankings Zero Wing. Something came to Xia Qingying's mind when she heard this name. Then she looked at the young beauty reporting to her and asked, Luin, are you talking about the Zero Wing that received 5 million star coins from the Galaxy Corporation? That's right. The young beauty named Lu nodded. Foam, Zero Wing's member who we sent to Star Lake City previously, has performed excellently in the Star Lake Legion selection, coming in 100th place on his first attempt at the test. If Zero Wing can secure Crying Sea City's medium shipyard, it is likely to grow into a hegemonic power in the future. If Zero Wing has the Green God Corporation's resource assistance, on top of that, it is 100% certain to become a hegemonic power. Zero Wing indeed has a lot of potential, Xia Qingying said, nodding as she read Zero Wing's information. Although it has only been established recently, its development in the miniature ancient world is rapid. Zero Wing also has an expert, like Black Flame. With Black Flame's recent achievement, he should get into the God List's top 10 in the next update if nothing unexpected crops up. Moreover, Zero Wing can more or less be considered a local power of our world, so it indeed qualifies to be nurtured by the Green God Corporation. Isn't it too early to make a decision, Vice President Xia? A young, handsome man suddenly spoke up. Zero Wing might have good potential, but the Green God Corporation's resources don't fall from the sky. We cannot afford to waste the resources we've had to go to great lengths to earn in the greater world. Otherwise, we won't have enough to give to powers with true potential. The dozen or so Green God Corporation executives present nodded in agreement with the young man's words. That's right. The corporation's resources are earned from many years of effort and accumulation in the greater world. Now that our world's survival relies on these resources, we must maximize the use of every bit. Indeed, we should choose our partners well. We have only been nurturing individual experts previously. Although some of these individuals have made some achievements in the greater world, most of them have merely been a waste of our resources. None of them have managed to climb into the upper echelons of the various cities and gain true authority. Now that we are trying to nurture entire powers to give our world some authority in the Gods Domain Association, we must be even more careful with our resources. We will not have a second chance if we invest in the wrong power. The executives voiced their opinions one after another, all of them agreeing with the young man's words. They didn't think the young man was overstepping his boundaries by speaking against Xia Qingying. After all, the young man was Jiang Yao, the new vice president appointed by the president. Moreover, Jiang Yao earned this position by making a considerable contribution. Specifically, he had helped the Green God Corporation form a partnership with a corporation in the greater world, saving the Green God Corporation a lot of trouble in its upcoming plans. Even if Zero Wing receives the Green God Corporation support, it will only become an ordinary hegemonic power in the future. However, an ordinary hegemonic power is useless to our world. Jiang Yao continued when he saw that the other executives agreed with him. What we need is an upper-ranking hegemonic power. We've previously already agreed that the Flower of Seven Sins is the most likely power in our world to become an upper-ranking hegemonic power in the greater God's domain. We currently only have 1 Grade 1 resource and 4 Grade 2 resource recommendation slots. But if you find that Zero Wing is a qualified candidate, we can give Zero Wing a Grade 2 resource slot. Vice President Xia. None of the executives present voiced an opinion against Jiang Yao's suggestion. The Flower of Seven Sins' recent performance was clear for all to see. Currently, Thousand Scars had already climbed to the 41st rank in the Star Lake Legion selection and completed the Paimon Corporation's test. Now that she had become an internal member of the Paimon Corporation, she had a very high chance of joining the corporation's middle management in the future. As for the miniature ancient world side, the Flower of Seven Sins had achieved meteoric growth when it came to its experts. Currently, the Flower of Seven Sins already had more than 50 God-ranked experts and several fourth-floor experts. It even had 2 monsters on the main continent who were nearly as strong as the top 10 monsters on the miniature ancient world's God-ranked expert list. The Flower of Seven Sins' comprehensive strength was vastly superior to Zero Wing. If the Flower of Seven Sins could receive the Green God Corporation's resource assistance, it probably wouldn't take long to become a hegemonic power. Of course, that wasn't to say Zero Wing was weak. While it might not match the Flower of Seven Sins' potential, it had Black Flame, an expert capable of entering the God-ranked expert list's top 10. Black Flame's presence would increase Zero Wing's fame in the myriad worlds significantly, so the guild similarly had great growth potential. As you wish. Xia Qingying frowned at the executive's reaction. However, she did not speak any further. Others might not know how the Flower of Seven Sins had suddenly achieved such explosive growth in its God-ranked expert count, but Xia Qingying knew it very well. It was only because Jiang Yao had given the Flower of Seven Sins the resources in his possession that the Flower of Seven Sins managed to gain such a large batch of God-ranked experts. Meanwhile, there was a significant difference between the Green God Corporation's Grade 1 resource slot and Grade 2 resource slot. Grade 2 resource slots only included resources available in the upper zone, whereas Grade 1 resource slots included resources in the greater world. There was at least a tenfold gap simply in the basic resources offered, let alone the resources provided for nurturing core experts. However, Jiang Yao was also right in saying that the Green God Corporation did not need to nurture an ordinary hegemonic power. Instead, it needed an upper-ranking hegemonic power that could gain real authority in the Gods Domain Association. Zero Wing certainly had great potential, but there was no hope for it to become an upper-ranking hegemonic power in the greater Gods Domain. The difference in resources and expert count between the Flower of Seven Sins and Zero Wing was simply too massive. Had Zero Wing started its development 10 years earlier, it might have had a chance at acquiring the Grade 1 resource slot. Unfortunately, reality was a cruel mistress. Miniature ancient world Crying Sea City. Because of Shifeng's battle outside the city, a swarm of local experts had flooded Zero Wing's temporary residence in the Adventurers Association to apply for the guild. Meanwhile, in the association's lobby, the various foreign powers members also discussed Zero Wing, the scene causing local players to feel a sense of pride. It was especially true for Zero Wing's members. In the past, whenever the various foreign players came to the Adventurers Association to pick up quests, they would always be discussing the experts of other gods' domain and wondering which expert could get into the god-ranked expert list and how high these experts could rank. Now, the situation had changed as everyone was discussing and wondering how highly Black Flame would rank on the God-ranked expert list. For the time being, everyone was certain Black Flame could get into the top 10, though how highly he could place within the top 10 was still up for debate. However, even if Black Flame only came in 10th place, it would still be of significant help to Zero Wing. After all, before today, everyone who managed to get within the God-ranked expert list top 10 came from a higher God's domain and sat in high positions in the greater world's God's Domain Association. Meanwhile, the benefits of having such a position in the God's Domain Association would help a power greatly in the greater God's domain. Zero Wing's temporary residence, Guild Leader's Office. I have already relayed all the information the Green God Corporation wishes to convey to you, Guild Leader Black Flame. So long as you sign the contract, Zero Wing will receive the Green God Corporation's Grade 2 resource slot and the corporation's full support in the greater God's domain. In exchange, the corporation only asks for 20% of Zero Wing's shares. Lu Win, a level 124 oracle dressed in a red sacred robe and going by the name of Colorful Lunarite in-game, said, "The Green God Corporation might not be as powerful as the greater world's conglomerates, but it is still a mid to upper level corporation in the greater world. It can offer significant development assistance to a power in the greater God's domain. I'm sure you should know about this, Guild Leader Black Flame." "This is indeed a tempting offer," Shifeng said, nodding. However, he then shook his head and continued, but I cannot agree to it. This is a condition no other corporation in the greater world will offer to Zero Wing, Guild Leader Black Flame. The reason the Green God Corporation is willing to do so is to support local forces, Colorful Lunarite said. She was greatly confused by Shifeng's answer. She couldn't understand why Shifeng would reject such an excellent offer. So long as Zero Wing has the Green God Corporation's assistance, it can quickly grow into a hegemonic power and gain control over many towns, cities, and resource nodes. Zero Wing will not have to worry about not having a living place in the greater world for its members. You are right. Shifeng nodded. Although Colorful Lunarite was a support-focused oracle, the aura she radiated was comparable to Tier 3 titled experts. Moreover, she was ridiculously young, looking no more than 25. Colorful Lunarite's existence was a testament to the Green God Corporation's strength. But the Green God Corporation should be aware that Zero Wing, or more specifically, the Azure Mercenary Alliance, is in conflict with the Flower of Seven Sins. If the Green God Corporation is sincere about this partnership, then dismiss the partnership with the Flower of Seven Sins. Otherwise, Zero Wing will not partner with the Green God Corporation. This is simply not possible. When Colorful Lunarite looked at Shifeng's firm gaze, she couldn't help but feel that the man was crazy. There was no way the Green God Corporation would agree to abandon the Flower of Seven Sins for Zero Wing's sake. It should be known that Zero Wing could only receive this slot because of Xia Qingying's recommendation. Otherwise, the guild wouldn't even be considered for a Grade 2 resource slot. A partnership cannot be formed, then, Shifeng said definitively. Seeing that Shifeng had no intentions of changing his mind, Colorful Lunarite had no choice but to leave and report this matter to Xia Qingying. In Colorful Lunarite's opinion, Shifeng was behaving too arrogantly. He had no idea how large of a gap there existed between Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins. The two couldn't be put on the same scale at all. Shifeng would sooner or later come to regret his decision today. Shortly after Colorful Lunarite left Zero Wing, night fell in Crying Sea City. At this time, the Seven Luminaries Alliance suddenly published a new version of the God-ranked expert list. As soon as the list came out, an uproar occurred in the entire miniature ancient world. This was because the God-ranked expert list's top 5 positions that had never changed since the list's introduction in the miniature ancient world had finally seen a change. There was even a new name among these top 5 positions. Black Flame, 4th place. TL notes. Fixed a mistake I made in Chapter 257, August 15th, 2022, even a conglomerate like the Green God Corporation even the Green God Corporation. No idea what I was smoking that day. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 277, Azura, Sword Emperor. Chapter 277, Azura Sword Emperor as night fell in the Dead Soul Sea. A fleet of 30-plus advanced ships docked by a small island. The Dead Soul Sea was a level 125-plus map, and the sea monsters found here were mostly at level 127 or above. Moreover, unlike sea monsters in other places, the Dead Soul Sea's sea monsters were incredibly nimble and hard to kill. Even the various hegemonic powers' main fleets would be reluctant to spend time in this place, let alone spend a night on an island in the Dead Soul Sea. Once night fell in the top of 2 worlds, many sea monsters would leave the sea to rest on islands. Because of this, the density of sea monsters one would come across on islands at night would be at least 10 times greater than during the day. So, very few players would be willing to spend the night on an island. Yet the players of this fleet of advanced ships behaved oppositely. They showed great enthusiasm when they saw the sea monsters emerging from the sea, their behavior making it seem as if the sea monsters were talking treasure troves. We've collected 97 legacy stones. So far, Big Sis Omen. 3 more, and we can synthesize a legacy crystal. Summer Wolf, who had already reached level 121, excitedly reported to Death Omen, who had just single-handedly defeated over a dozen level 127 Grand Lord ranked sea monsters. Once we have the Legacy Crystal, you can use it to get promoted to Tier 4, and the Flower of Seven Sins will have its second Tier 4 Expert. At that time, we can secure Black Gold City's medium shipyard. The medium shipyard is not going to happen. I might have grown a lot stronger and acquired a special legacy, but even if I reach Tier 4 and work together with Gluttony, we have 0 chances at securing a slot in the medium shipyard, Death Omen said, shaking her head. The best we can do is secure a small shipyard. Even reaching Tier 4 is not enough. Summer Wolf exclaimed, "If he is only Tier 3, I am confident I can beat him after I reach Tier 4. However, this is Sky Flash we are talking about. He is ranked 5th on the god list. There is no way he is still stuck at Tier 3, Death Omen explained. Only the Great Commander will have a chance at defeating that person under the same tier." Summer Wolf did not doubt Death Omen's judgment. MYB0XN0VL, when the God-ranked expert list was first introduced into the miniature ancient world, the top 20 positions would see frequent changes in owners. However, it was a different story for the top 5 positions. The owners of those 5 ranks had never changed since the God-ranked expert list appeared, and the 5 players occupying these 5 positions were now labeled as the 5 disasters by the Myriad World's powers. The reason these 5 players were labeled as disasters was simple. Should one provoke any of these players, the consequences one suffered would be akin to facing a disaster. Big Sis Omen, what rank do you think Black Flame will receive now that he has single-handedly beaten 4 of Divine Hunters and Morning Light's tier 4 titled experts? Top 10 or top 5? Summer Wolf asked curiously. Summer Wolf was personally very curious to learn exactly how powerful the God-ranked expert list's top 20 experts were. Even as a domain realm expert, he couldn't even begin to guess how strong those experts were. This was because every one of those experts was a Beyond Domain Realm expert. Only Death Omen, who had fought against Beyond Domain Realm experts before and could now be considered a titled expert, could answer such a question. Although the 7 Luminaries Alliance would update the God-ranked expert list's rankings once every 3 days, Summer Wolf still couldn't help but wonder what rank Black Flame would receive. Top 5 is out of the question, but he will definitely get into the top 10. If I were to harbor a guess, he should be ranked 7th or 8th, Death Omen said definitively. Unlike Summer Wolf, she had seen Sky Flash, the 5th ranked player on the god list, in person. When standing in that monster's presence, she only felt despair, and her mind instinctively warned her to stay as far away as possible from him. This was the 2nd player she had felt such a feeling after the Flower of Seven Sins Great Commander. This was also why she felt that only the Great Commander had a chance at defeating Sky Flash. Of course, she also had to admit that Black Flame's performance outside Crying Sea City was astonishing. It was incredible that he managed to kill 3 veteran paragons and repel one all by himself. If not for the God list's top 5 players being overly strong, Black Flame could definitely achieve a much higher rank. Shortly after Death Omen finished speaking, a liaison officer of the Flower of Seven Sins suddenly approached her, an excited expression on his face as he held a list he had just finished writing. "Commander, the 7 Luminaries Alliance just published a new version of the God-ranked expert list. Here are the latest rankings. Wasn't the God list updated only yesterday? Why did it get updated again now?" Summer Wolf grew confused as he received the list. It was common knowledge that the God-ranked expert list would only get updated once every 3 days. This had never changed since the list was introduced in the miniature ancient world. This impromptu update was definitely a first. "Not much has changed to the list," Death Omen said as she scanned the list from top to bottom. Then she saw something that piqued her curiosity as she muttered, "Prayer is in 8th and blood perforation is in 7th? Why have their ranks dropped? Could Black Flame be ranked 6th? As Death Omen continued down the list, Her gaze abruptly stopped at the fourth place, her eyes widening in utter disbelief. Fourth, Black Flame. MYB0X and 0VL. As for Skyflash, the person she felt intimidated by, he had fallen to sixth place. There was also a small introduction attached to Black Flame's name. Defeated 4 titled experts outside Crying Sea City, mastered world creation, and slayed 2 titled experts in one move. The 7 Luminaries Alliance awards Black Flame the title of Azura, Sword Emperor. Fourth place, another disaster. Summerwolf was similarly dumbfounded by the 7 Luminaries Alliance's latest version of the God-ranked expert list. It should be known that the God list's top 5 experts were individuals greatly feared by even the various hegemonic powers. Moreover, every one of them had monopolized an entire medium shipyard for themselves. Yet, now, another expert of such caliber had appeared. Moreover, this expert was even the Flower of Seven Sins' enemy. In a certain upper zone, inside the top-floor office of a Green God Corporation building. "I've tried my best, Vice President Xia," Luwen said, sighing after she finished reporting to Xia Qingying regarding Zero Wing's answer to the Green God Corporation's partnership offer. When she recalled Shifeng's response to the offer, she couldn't help but feel infuriated. Zero Wing's Black Flame is simply a lunatic. He simply refuses to listen to any advice. He even tried to get us to choose between Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins. Shifeng's achievement of defeating 4 titled experts was indeed amazing. However, such an achievement was nowhere near enough to bridge the gap between Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins. After all, according to the Green God Corporation's evaluation, Zero Wing only had the potential to become an ordinary hegemonic power, whereas the Flower of Seven Sins had the potential to become an upper-ranking hegemonic power. Lunatic. Xia Qingying, sitting behind her desk, smiled when she heard Lu Wen's words. Then, she handed a list to Lu Wen and said, "But I think Black Flame is very sane. Here, take a look at the latest God-ranked expert list." Lu Wen was initially confused by Xia Qingying's words. However, she quickly became stunned when she looked at the list on the desk. God list's 4th place, Azura Sword Emperor. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 278, Metamorphosis. Chapter 278, Metamorphosis, 4th on the God list. How is this possible? The anger and dissatisfaction on Lu Wen's face vanished when she saw the updated God-ranked expert list, and replacing those emotions was shock and confusion. Shifeng had merely defeated 4 titled experts. While such a feat was indeed amazing, it still shouldn't be anywhere near enough to put him on par with those 5 people. This was because every one of those 5 monsters had single-handedly defeated 6 or more titled experts simultaneously ever since they arrived in the miniature ancient world. Every one of them possessed unimaginable strength, and just one of them could serve as the foundation for an ordinary hegemonic power to fight to become an upper-ranking hegemonic power. However, when she stood before Shifeng previously, she didn't get the feeling that he was a powerhouse at all. She also didn't think that he was concealing his aura from her. While it was true that most experts in God's domain could hide their aura, maintaining this action was exhausting. It was akin to a person blinking. A person might be able to keep themselves from blinking, but it'd be impossible to do so across a long period, since it would be extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, even a beyond domain realm expert would have difficulty behaving naturally while maintaining such a state. It was especially true when dealing with experts of her caliber. With her vastly strengthened senses, she would notice even the slightest hint of unnaturalness. The time she spent with Shifeng was by no means short. If Shifeng really was suppressing his aura, he definitely couldn't have fooled her. An army of 1,000 is easy to raise, but a capable general is hard to find. An expert of such caliber is indispensable for all powers. Xia Qingying did not try to resolve Lu Wen's confusion. Instead, she looked at the god list with an excited expression as she said, "Even the Green God Corporation is no exception." "Vice President Xia, are you saying that we should," unable to help herself, Lu Wen asked, "agree to Black Flame's condition?" As a talent nurtured by the Green God Corporation, Lu Wen naturally understood the importance of experts of Shifeng's caliber. In the eyes of the various hegemonic powers and the Green God Corporation, titled experts might be important, but they were by no means indispensable. However, it was a different story for experts capable of going against common sense. But the Flower of Seven Sins was no pushover either. It was especially true for the organization's mysterious Great Commander. The Great Commander might not be any weaker than Shifeng when it came to individual prowess. "Visit Zero Wing tomorrow and tell Black Flame that we can negotiate on that matter," Xia Qingying said without hesitation. "What if Black Flame still refuses?" Lu Wen asked worriedly. Smiling, Xia Qingying looked Lu Wen in the eye and said, "Then do whatever it takes to get him to agree." Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's temporary residence, "Guild leader, things have gotten crazy in Zero Wing and Azura ever since the latest God-ranked expert list came out," Su Qianlu said as she entered Shifeng's office, a bitter smile on her face. "I was worried about the guild not having enough fresh talent a few days ago, but now I'm afraid the S-rank nutrient fluids we have on hand are nowhere near enough to meet the demand of all the geniuses we just recruited. The current Zero Wing was in the spotlight of the miniature ancient world, so it was the best opportunity for the guild to develop. Unfortunately, Zero Wing lacked resources, so it couldn't nurture a large number of its own geniuses, even if it wanted. Currently, Zero Wing's resources were already stretched thin just after recruiting a little over 10,000 geniuses. Shifeng wasn't surprised by this situation. Instead, he smiled and asked, "How are the main force members' training and bloodline allocation coming along?" Any power that wished to grow stronger in God's domain didn't require only in-game resources. It would also need real-world potions, such as S-rank nutrient fluids. Otherwise, the development of the brain would be dragged down due to insufficient nutrition. The various superpowers in God's domain each had their own stable sources to purchase S-rank nutrient fluids. As for first dash, second dash, and third-rate guilds, they didn't have a stable source. This was also why there was such a huge gap between superpowers and non-superpowers. Currently, Zero Wing was in the same predicament as the various non-superpowers. Apart from the S-rank nutrient fluids it earned through nurturing the geniuses of other powers, it didn't have any other sources to acquire S-rank nutrient fluids from. In reality, Su Qianlu had already done very well by keeping Zero Wing's requirements met by relying solely on an unstable source of several hundred bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. After roughly 2 weeks of effort, the main force members have already grasped the silver combat techniques that are compatible with them. We have also finished allocating the advanced lineage crystals already. We have paid a significant cost to do so, and it's hard to even find advanced lineage crystals sold on the market now, Su Qianlu said, feeling a little proud of herself. Currently, our main force is only inferior to the various hegemonic powers' main force. Even Witches' Sin's main force members are envious of ours. You've worked hard. When Shifeng heard Su Qianliu's report, he could already imagine the envious expressions the various powers would have once they saw Zero Wing's main force. After all, even the various hegemonic powers would have difficulty coming up with a main force of such caliber in the current miniature ancient world. Shifeng also understood that Su Qianlu must have gone through a lot of trouble to accomplish these matters, be it purchasing silver combat techniques or advanced lineage crystals. Both matters required a lot of negotiations with many powers. Moreover, Su Qianlu had to be incredibly careful while conducting these negotiations. Otherwise, if other powers learned of Zero Wing's goal, it would become incredibly difficult for Zero Wing to produce such a main force. Can you tell me why you need such a main force now, guild leader? Su Qianlu asked. unable to hold back her curiosity. She had practically burnt all of Abyssal Star City's earnings to develop Zero Wing's main force. No other power would dare to make such a reckless investment. It should be known that this was an investment of tens of millions of gold coins. Such a sum of money was enough to fully arm an army of 10,000 in epic equipment. Yet Zero Wing had invested such a large sum of money into a mere team of 100 players. To earn money, Shifeng said, chuckling, "We are going to earn the power necessary for Zero Wing and Azura to take over the entire miniature ancient world. Is such a thing even possible?" Su Qianlu couldn't help but feel that Shifeng was joking with her. Currently, Zero Wing's main force wasn't even strong enough to win against the various hegemonic powers' main force. In such a situation, saying that they were going to earn enough money and power to take over the entire miniature ancient world was no different than talking about fantasy. "It's a little late today. Have everyone gather up tomorrow morning," Shifeng said, smiling. He did not bother giving any additional explanations. If they only had Zero Wing's current main force to rely on, they naturally couldn't take over the miniature ancient world. However, he had the 7 Luminaries Codex. So long as he had a sufficiently strong team, he could easily earn a large amount of resources. Now that the various powers barely had any Tier 4 players, their range of activity in the top of 2 worlds was considerably limited. They couldn't venture to dangerous areas that were rich in resource nodes. They also couldn't reach the world bosses located in these maps. It should be known that world bosses played a crucial role in the struggle between the various powers. This was because world bosses were tied to something that was of utmost importance to the various powers: flying mounts. This was an item capable of overturning the status quo in the top of 2 worlds. With flying mounts, a power could achieve rapid travel between the various cities. This meant that it would no longer have to restrict its base of operations to one particular city. It could also conduct trade with a much larger market. "I'll inform the others then." Although Su Qianlu was curious as to what Shifeng had planned, it was already late at night now. It would be dangerous to carry out an operation outside the city at night. Since Shifeng didn't wish to explain his plan to her, she had no choice but to wait until tomorrow to learn about it. Meanwhile, after Shifeng had finished taking care of matters in God's domain, he went offline to rest. He had remained online for the past several days because of his Tier 4 promotion. Even if the God's Domain Association's virtual gaming cabins allowed players to stay online for long periods, it was still necessary to exercise their real bodies from time to time. When Shifeng climbed out of his virtual gaming cabin, he immediately felt a refreshing feeling as his body bathed in the morning sun's rays. It was as if his body cells were breathing for the first time and brimming with life, and this feeling made him feel like he had grown a lot younger. As expected of the greater world's virtual gaming cabin, the improvements it provides to the body are simply amazing. Shifeng couldn't help but sigh ruefully when he saw that one of the virtual gaming cabin's canisters of life potion was now empty. The God's Domain Association had thoroughly displayed its wealth by offering its members such generous service. Shortly after Shifeng got out of his cabin, the room's AI suddenly reminded him, "Contestant Shifeng, there are 16 days left before the City Legion selection ends. Your placing has fallen to 312th place. If you wish to become an official participant in the Star Lake Legion, you will have to strive to enter the top 100. Currently, you have 2 more free test attempts remaining. 312th. Shifeng was a little surprised to hear the AI's reminder. It's only been 2 weeks. Are these people improving so quickly? It was rare to see someone's position in a City Legion selection fall from 100th to beyond 300th in only 2 weeks. After all, 2 weeks' time wasn't usually enough for someone to achieve significant growth. It was especially true for people capable of entering the top 100 of a City Legion selection. So be it. I can use this opportunity to test my current standards. After saying so, Sherfong walked out of his room and took the elevator to the first floor. TL notes. Regarding the previously assumed differences between bloodline and races, lineage crystals, I have no idea what exactly are the differences between these two things anymore. I previously thought bloodlines were different from races due to the bloodlines mentioned in the main story, e.g., Frost Bloodline, Chapter 1580, Boulder Bloodline, Chapter 1580, Hurricane Bloodline, Chapter 1580, Scorching Flame Bloodline, Chapter 1580, Dark Iron Basic Bloodline / Dark Iron Bloodline, Chapter 1580, Spacetime Bloodline, Chapter 1951. These bloodlines were even assigned ranks such as Basic, Advanced, etc. However, it would seem that the author intends to add a different category / meaning for bloodlines. Now, it seems the term bloodline is going to refer to race as well. I'm not sure what the author intends for this term for now. We will only know more should the author decide to clarify things in a future chapter. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible.